between the coming of the One and the end of the war.
Is it over?
Neo's presence within the Matrix sparked a new exodus of potentials.
Freeze it.
But because they were unable to stop Neo, the machines turned their attention to those within their grasp. Sentinels set a trap for one of our ships, and from the ship's mainframe, they extracted a list of potentials. The agents leveled their wrath on the helpless, and Neo was the only one who could stand against them.
You know that this don't make no kind of sense. Scared of pain, so you fear hurt. I don't celebrate till the body's near dirt. Go to hell, they gon' tell you I was there first. Every opponent will tell you I was there worse. Having bad hunger pains and severe thirst. Have your earth in all black in the rear hearse. Too sticky to let the drama slide. And the sight of the blood will leave you traumatized. I can't do no wrong, least in my mama eyes. I got a gun in the truck, that's little mama size. That boy died from vocal homicide. The voice, the flow, and the way that he harmonized. Those that's real see the truth beyond the lies. In real life, I'm living proof we on the rise. Yeah, I was too smart to play with the dummies. Rather you kill yourself, save me the money. From the bottom, I don't mind if you pay me in 20s. They pop a lot of shit, but soon as you see them, they mummies. Ha ha ha, you guys is funny. We fresh to death, they alive and bummy. Plug told me 3 words, supply the country. I told him that the bullets and the 45s is chunky. That's why they say you can never get too comfy. Trips out of town, my lump sums come monthly. Might as well all team up and come jump me. This is uneven, I'm the only one breathing. Everybody get they turn, it's sun season. I'm only here for that paper, one reason. Nobody cares though, everybody's a weirdo. Dudes watching your back, tell me who watching theirs though. All you gonna see is the fire from out the air holes. Stick up kids get the desire to hit your earlobes. Left lane, all you hear is my gears, yo. Crown been in my closet for a couple of years, yo. Okay, enough with the foolery and the costume jewelry. It ain't much you can do to me. The art of war ain't new to me. Little nigga, you better Google me. The city was mine after they said Big's eulogy. Oh man. Jadakiss season. The massacre. Telling you, I don't know if I can guarantee your safety next week. Jadakiss season. T5DOA. Don't ever forget that.
You know, shit ain't ain't official yet. You know what I mean? So, these people might do something crafty, man. You know what I mean? You know, peace to the family, go, grand rising, all that good stuff. You know, shout out to everybody coming on. I'm still getting some of my shit together. So, bear with me. I was listening to the news, so I want to get my slide together real quick. You know what I mean? But, where we at with it? All right, let me get this slide up here. So all right, this was in the news quietly, amongst all the outrage of the election shit. You know what I'm saying? So they're saying here that 42 or 43, well 42 macaque monkeys are on the loose right now because they're saying 43 is missing. Right? Let me get my shit up here real quick. We're gonna try something different today. Here we go. Yeah, there it is. We're gonna move on it like that. You know what I mean? Last it down. 11. We're gonna turn it down to 11. You know what I'm saying? Because it's 11:11. You know what I'm saying? Time to make a wish. This is the day that they sacrifice, the good brother Nat Turner. You know what I'm saying? So, put one up in the air for Nat Turner. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna get back on this shit right here though. You know, although we struggle streaming. You know what I mean? We struggle streaming, it is what it is. You know what I'm saying? Let's look at some of this shit right here. Let me get my shit right. Hold on. All right. So they're saying it's 43 monkeys. 43 monkeys had got loose from a lab and what they said is South Cap. You know what I'm saying? Down there where your man took that L at. You know what I mean? That South Cac body bag is still on deck. Hashtag South Cac body bag. But anyway, South Carolina. They're saying that these monkeys got loose. You know what I mean? Now, there's a lot of activity coming out of the liners. You know what I'm saying? We just had or was that in Atlanta? I think no, we're just down south. Period. We say that. Down in Atlanta they had the lab leak. I mean, allegedly a fire, just sprung up out of nowhere. We covered that and let out all this toxic gas. Which is part of the reason why people probably feel like they're coming down with something all around. But that's another can of worms. Another pontification, right? So this shit here. They're coming back up with this monkey story. You know what I mean? Now, me and my contemporaries a couple years ago, we addressed the first time that they tried to hit us with these monkey stories. You know what I mean? It was like right before they try to introduce, Mpox. You know what I'm saying? And then that was them trying to give Mpox a facelift, right? And of course, you got allegedly another administration coming in, and your man Gates talked about something coming that's worse than Blovid, right? And worse than the Spanish bear virus, right? And the thing is that this could be them trying to lay the cement down again for this shit. You know what I mean? Like, as far as I'm concerned, me and my contemporaries bust down this story. It seemed like they was trying to use that story a couple years ago where the monkeys got out on, I think it was I-98 or I-78 or something. One of them interstates. Monkeys got loose on the highway. It was like 50 monkeys. You know what I'm saying? And they clamored around to collect these monkeys, allegedly. So here we are again with this same story. Now, at that time, they were saying that it was possible that a lady had got scratched by one of these monkeys. You know what I'm saying? There was little to any footage of these monkeys on the highway. And it seems to be like almost the same thing with this shit right here. We're gonna look further into it. Shout out to Dabu7, and I think he broke the story last time that we dug right into it. This shit right here. Even what we know about gematria and the coded symbolism. What I'm saying, the alphanumeric coding of gematria, right? This title right here probably got a whole lot of symbolism in it. But we just gonna point out the simple fact that they're saying they got 43 monkeys, right? And they found one, which means it's 42 monkeys on the loose still, right? And 42 is something that they use as a negative connotation for black people in this alphanumeric coding system of gematria. And of course, saying racial epithets about black people or foundational black Americans or copper complexion people or whatever you want to call them, right? Carbonated Akibalan kings and queens, right? You know what I'm saying? But regardless of whatever name that you choose to use, the point is that they have always depicted us in some type of negative connotation in reference to monkeys. You know what I'm saying? So you have two sagacious references to black people right here. You know what I'm saying? Or which can be viewed as black people, because sometimes, as black people, we might put a racial lens on something that don't necessarily wasn't, conveyed like that. You know what I'm saying? But often it is, so we don't really be that far off. You know what I'm saying? But just in the context of this story right here, they telling you that these monkeys that have been tested on by all different kind of shit, they said COVID, AIDS, all kind of nasty pathogens and diseases and shit. And these monkeys have been tested on for these things, right? And now these monkeys are loose in the streets of South Carolina, right? This is crazy. But then they turn around and say, well, these monkeys, they're not harmful. So enough going to happen to you if they was to bite you or something, right? And they saying don't feed the monkeys, but they want to quarantine the area. It sounds like to me is that you trying to tell us that these monkeys is dangerous without telling us they dangerous, And there's a little puffery there, and maybe some commercial speech. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of people don't know. It's not knowing about this right now. Maybe down here in South Carolina where allegedly they supposed to be on quarantine, but unless I'm talking to somebody in South Carolina, shout out to my man Buns. I'm gonna have to hit you up and see boots on the ground, see if you heard about this. But we wouldn't know if these people are actually quarantined unless you talk to somebody who's actually down there, because you can't trust the media, or else you wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying? So, So let's move along. We got a couple things to cover. I want to point out some of this crazy shit that's going on. Right. Now I'm gonna jump back and forth out of this slide into some videos. We're gonna try to mix it up today. Hopefully the videos will play. We try to navigate the struggle stream. But remember yesterday when I said that, or was it the day before yesterday, whatever? I was talking about the Harris Walls campaign raising $500,000. Well, I wasn't. That was partially true. That was halfway true, literally, because according to this right here, they saying that the Biden-Harris campaign raised $1 billion. Now, you raise $1 billion, and you only campaign for 107 days. So how could you be 20 million in debt? You know what I'm saying? So this is crazy as shit right here. Now, if you look at the bottom of this screen right here, they're saying that this shit is $1 billion disaster. You know what I'm saying? DNC calls Harris campaign $1 billion disaster. Damn. And that's a reflection of what sadly what female leadership looks like. A lot of women waste a lot of money. And we could be using the money that we waste on hair and cosmetics and all kind of other little stupid shit we gaslighted to buy on things that actually develop and heal the community. You know what I'm saying? But that's too much like right. Now, just like I said the other day, how all the marketing strategies is targeted at women. As soon as you walk in the store, all the women stuff is right there in the front. You know what I'm saying? When you're a man, you got to go in the back and find your shit, and sometimes it's not even replenished properly. You know what I'm saying? But that's because all the companies know that women are the selling point. Women, they're gonna get most of their money from the women. So when these people who practice puffery, commercial speech, legally lying to people, right, to sell their product, manipulation and all that shit, why would they target women, with these kind of tactics if women have the intuition to see through the bullshit? And I'm not saying that they don't, but I want to know what happened to that intuition that we had. Because I always hear this is that, a woman's intuition, and I'm not here to negate that shit. I'm just asking, where is it? When we literally coming off of the worst political campaign ever in American history. You know what I'm saying? Which their own side is saying it's $1 billion blunder. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, it's not even just me saying this shit. That's them saying this shit. They're saying that this shit is, this is horrible. So they 20 million in debt, and they trying to figure out how to pay staffers and other people who they had to pay or pay off or whatever. You know what I'm saying? That has to be the most cataclysmic mismanaged of political, budget ever. What happened to the $1 billion? I already said what I thought happened. I think they tucked the money. You know what I'm saying? I think somebody walked off with some bread. That's why the money's short. But what the hell did you spend $1 billion on? Like, all right, like those rich people, all your rich buddies, Oprah and all these people, Beyonce, did you have to pay them people to show up at the campaign? I'm confused because they seem like they was there on the strength. Beyonce said she was there as a mother. Not as an employee, but as a mother. So I'm confused. Where did this money go? You know what I'm saying? Because how do you spend $1 billion? Anybody on anything? How do you spend $1 billion in 107 days? That is ridiculous. So, and it's like, man, like we already know that, one of the things that they want to attack is the family structure. And the family structure has the head of the house band, the man, and when the man is involved in the economic, functionings of that family, there's less spending. You know what I'm saying? There's more conservative approach to the budget. You know what I'm saying? And when the man is not involved, that's when the spending is more frugal. You know what I'm saying? More irresponsible. You know what I'm saying? These are documented facts. So this is not me throwing shade on women or nothing. These people understand, all these businesses and oligarchs, they understand that they know that they can market certain shit to women, right? So when they got all these people dumping their money, just like on that episode on Martin, when Martin had they had to go and save Martin's mom from the corrupt pastor, and she kept giving her money to the corrupt black church. You know what I'm saying? People who think more logical had to step in and intervene, because these people was caught up in their feelings, and because when they call up in their feelings, they're not making logical decisions. You know what I'm saying? So when they create this feminist vibe of breaking the glass ceiling and keep constantly telling women that they oppress, even when they making when they're excelling in life, they saying right now that women control like $7 trillion of business revenue in the world right now. So this is never before been seen for women. You know what I'm saying? So when they always act like, damn, like somebody's putting them down or holding them back, you can't get through the day without seeing some advertisement with a black woman on it. You know what I'm saying? So these companies are running to black women, giving them jobs, throwing jobs at them. You know what I'm saying? So in this whole, female empowerment thing, it's like, look, anybody feeling good about themselves is all well and good. I'm not here to stump on that. But it's like when you see that this inflation of somebody's mindset that makes them think that they greater than, or that they're producing more than what they are, this woman hasn't done anything. But she's been built up to be like a superhero. You know what I'm saying? And, all due respect to, anybody who feelings is entangled in this, but, these are the proof right here. You know what I'm saying? She's $20 million in debt to her political campaign. Where the fuck did the money go? You know what I'm saying? So if you couldn't manage the political campaign, how you think you can manage the country? You know, and again, that's not no shade. That's just a straight up question. How do you think that you can manage the country if you couldn't even manage your own political campaign? I ain't never heard of no campaigns having to pay people money back. Maybe it is. I'm not gonna play favorites. Maybe Trump owes somebody some money too. And it's sad that you got to make disclaimers like that, because anytime you start talking about one particular candidate of a particular party, then somebody automatically assume that you caping or voting for the other party. I ain't even voted since 2008. You know what I'm saying? So, I could freely talk about either one of these motherfuckers, because I'm not down with neither one of them. You know what I'm saying? So we got to stop using that shit as deflection. Now, this is a recent picture of Kamala Harris right here. Like, I guess you could say the day after, or a couple of days after her, acceding to your man Trump. She don't seem like, now maybe she just sharing a moment with, the young one right there, but she don't seem the least bit of concern. You know what I'm saying? Like, not only did you lose the biggest campaign of this history of this time, but you owe $20 million to your staff. You know what I'm saying? There's something crafty with that, man. That's all I'm saying. I don't know what the hell is going on here, but it seemed like something fishy. I can't put my finger right on it just yet, but it just seemed like something, like they got something brewing. You know what I'm saying? Something else is going on, man. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is. So what else we got right here? This is the they say the Afghan mastermind, who had the plot to kill Trump. That shit was revealed. You know what I'm saying? And of course, when Trump was president, and he got to do I think Soleimani or some shit like that, one of them Iran leaders, is saying he's allegedly, Trump and the boys got at him, so they vowed to get him back, and they saying that they wanted to knock him off, like a week before the election, and then they also planned to get him after the election because they assumed that he would lose, and he would be easier to get at. So I guess now that because he's president-elect, allegedly, that I guess now he's now they can't get to him, so now they reveal the plot, like, or somebody leaks the plot. Y'all seem to know too much about the plot. Seem like y'all might be a part of the plot. Hint, hint. You know what I'm saying? Because all right, in the nature of the context of the comic book story, right? They allegedly tried to get at this dude, cancel his subscription 3 times. You know what I'm saying? Which is which is kind of suspect, because he was like, all right, well, 3 different times somebody tried to cancel this dude's subscription, right? And then now y'all saying, oh well, some dude from a whole nother country, had a plot to do something to him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. So I guess with those. How come no talks about Iran was brought up with the 3 previous attempts, right? I guess Iran, they want to do it themselves. They ain't gonna pay no whacked out, weirdo kid to do the shit, like how y'all was trying to, paint that these people just. I guess you just want to make it seem like that everybody hates this dude. You know what I'm saying? And it just makes it seem real sus. Of course, in the context of the comic book story, it just seems real sus. Like I remember I seen an old head boy saying. He said this shit real simple. He said, man, I'm voting for the guy they keep trying to kill. So and one thing that we did see is that when Trump when he got shot at, right, he he went up in the polls. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, to me, I was looking at this shit like, this is a political stunt. I did a video on it. I was thinking the shit was fake, and I still think it's fake, because we proved that Mike Tyson's teeth are harder than an AR-15 bullet. You know what I'm saying? Because fucking Evander Holyfield ear is still missing. Top of his ear is still missing. Trump got like Wolverine mutant Homelander superpowers or some shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, This shit just healed back like it's nothing. So, I don't know. But, like I said, in the nature of the context of the comic book story, they supposed to try to get at Trump like 3 times. You know what I'm saying? Now, I heard, in his first administration, people were saying that, yeah, they try to get at him like 10 times, but I never seen a report to that. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know. You know what I mean? I don't know about that. I never seen a report to that, So, this is your man, Joe, your joint operation Biden the U.S. some time, right? What they got to say about him? When Biden will host it? Oh, so they asking, yeah, okay. So they're asking here, when is Biden going to host Trump at the Oval Office? So this is something that presidents do when somebody wins an election, when a new candidate wins the election, and the previous president or the current president hosts that person there. So, and of course, you see the little video, image of when Trump won the first time, and they had that awkward moment, or would look like an awkward moment, because for all we know, all these people was friends, or relatives, right? So, you see in the box up there, Trump sitting with Obama, right? So, now the media is asking questions. Well, what's up with when is he going to do this, right? Because basically the election was what almost about tomorrow was a week ago. You know what I'm saying, right? I mean, shit, it just went by fast as shit. So I guess maybe some people might be waiting for like a hasty response, but maybe it's like protocol. Like, what I'm saying, we got to look into that. Is it like right after the election? Is it protocol? Is it overdue, or is it on time? I'm not quite sure. So I can't just say that he's holding up the process, but I wouldn't be surprised if they do hold up the process. Something could happen to your man right here. He might check out. He might motherfuckers might get attacked. Now remember when Obama passed the John back in the day, the executive order says that there can't be no transfer of power if the country is at war. Well, it's possible that they could create a situation to catapult us into that situation. You know what I'm saying? And it kind of like seemed like that's what they've been doing this whole time, really. To kind of make sure that they fortify their situation. So I wouldn't be surprised if, in the days coming up to the inauguration, we have some conflict that build up, even if it's like a civil unrest or something. And like I was showing the other day, I was talking about the other day rather, that it seemed like they was gaslighting people and trying to set people up for some civil unrest type shit, with the text message going around, even the people on social media. I later found out that on social media, they were telling the kids to go and loot the stores over the weekend. And at least here, I didn't see anything about that. If I missed it, I can apologize for that, because I was trying to be on point to see if I could see something like that. And I didn't see anything like that. And what made me curious, and that's part of the reason why I'm making this video, because I'm thinking like, damn, like, how easy is it for us to be gaslit? You know what I'm saying? Like sometimes it seems like they're trying to create another George Floyd situation. When they got everybody to riot and loot them stores, it's like, it seems like since then, it's like they're trying to think to themselves, well, how can we recreate that moment? How can we get up under black people's skin and make them do that shit again? You know what I'm saying? That's what it looked like. So, the shit that's been going around, the whole, the text messages, the gaslighting, the police hanging out in front of the stores waiting for some shit to pop off. I'm telling you, something weird brewing, man. You know what I'm saying? And like I said, I felt that shit the night of the election, when it was like everybody folded too easy. They didn't even accuse Trump of cheating and shit. Even fucking DL Hughley, shout out to the down low butt plug community, the DL Hughley cronies, right? Even DL Hughley, he has suspicions of fraud in the election, but the mainstream media, they just folded like, oh, he won. And I think that's suspect. As much as they talk about Trump and how much he a tyrant it is, now I seen like they had people in the View saying that they was going to leave the country, and then they come back dressed in all black. So they just playing a gimmick on y'all. So I'm gonna get into some of these clips. Let me go forward in this. What else we got here? But this is just part 2 to this shit. I could have clicked on that. So the man Alex Jones, he's stirring the pot right now, right? I listened to his stream the other day, or at least part of it, and he's basically laying out different scenarios that could happen from now to the election, which could be viewed as some fear mongering. He could be on point, you know what I mean? But one thing that I've known about this dude since early in the day, like back in the days, is that he seems to have been a little suspect. You know what I mean? Like with the Y2K situation, he literally reported on fake stories. Like, and that's what we call it, the Y2K effect, where everybody thought that when the Y2K shit happened, that when the shit go to 0-0, everybody's gonna lose everything, and people bugged out and wild out because they thought crazy shit was gonna happen. And this dude was reporting on his broadcast that crazy shit was happening, and when in fact it wasn't happening. It was like that old school false flag shit with the alien invasion on the radio. This guy did this. You know what I'm saying? And at that time, there was this Illuminati game card, that says agent in place. You know what I'm saying? Now you can't tell me that this dude right here doesn't have an uncanny resemblance to the man Alex Jones right here. You know what I'm saying? Now, remember he did the live stream where they said that they were shutting him down and the feds was outside and they cut the lights off while he was broadcasting and shit. Needless to say, he's still streaming. You know what I'm saying? He's supposed to owe these people all this money for talking shit about, the Sandy Hook shit and all that. Like, but is it just a coincidence that this game card right here that has a lot of coincidences in it, and we also had to ask the question, how many times is a coincidence possible before it's mathematically impossible, that this dude looks just like this dude from this picture right here, and it says agent in place. So could Alex Jones be control opposition? I mean, after all, he was funded by ABC. The ABC News, that's the same news network that wanted to host the debates that Trump didn't want to go on, right? Trump was wary of ABC News. Like, nah, I don't fuck with ABC News. But ABC News funded InfoWars. That's a fact. You know what I'm saying? So why would ABC News, somebody who's knee deep in the bullshit, why would they be involved in any project like InfoWars? Just ask yourself that question. You know what I'm saying? But don't they look like him? Is it a coincidence that this looks like him? Oh, let's go back. So, all right, look. All right. Damn, fuck me all up. All right. It fucked me all up. Hold up. All right, let me go back up. I was trying to reveal that later, man. So I want to I got to break away from my slide to explain those slides. But I just wanted to show this right here again. That is it a coincidence that this card right here that says agent in place looks like Alex Jones? And if that's just a coincidence, then you have to be able to write off all the other coincidences in this deck of cards that have been happening in the world today. You know what I'm saying? And ask yourself, how many times is a coincidence possible before it's mathematically impossible? But that's your man, Alex Jones. You know what I mean? So I'm not saying he's lying about things, but I'm just saying that, he might be a little sus. You know what I mean? Especially when you listen to him, you can see how animated he is when he talks. He might be up to something. So, he might be a part of the plot along with the rest of the cronies. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind, as we pivot a little bit. So I want to run down on some of these clips. Let me see where I want to go with this. So I want to talk more about this gaslighting type situations. We talked about you know, the campaign going broke. You know, I don't know how they went broke, but whatever. You know, so I'm just trying to see what this video is right here before I throw it up. Um, so yeah, I got some sisters that that's expressing some disdain for the things that they've seen. You know, which we already covered, but we're gonna let them say their piece anyway. Um, I'm just trying to now. All right, now to explain them clips right here, I wanted to play this video right here, or at least some of it, where they talked about people leaving the United States, right? So one of the things the news told you that an exponentiation in Google searches about how to leave the country or how to move out the country has shot up, after the results of the election was released to the public. You know, and like how we said, the people at the View, they vowed that they would leave the country if he won and all that. And of course that's bullshit because they under contract. You can't just leave, motherfucker. But because people don't think with their logical brains, they be gaslighted to just go with their emotions. People can play on your emotions and tell you things like that, and you actually believe it. And then when a liar always got the lie. So when they come back the next stream, they got to be wearing all black like they mourning a funeral, and you're asking yourself, well, who died? You know what I'm saying? Which is kind of strange when you think about it. But this is the antics that these people was pulling and shit. You know what I'm saying? And of course, because the View is widely watched by a lot of females in the country, this programming trickles down into the mindsets of our females because, they can be gaslighted through their emotions. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm gonna play this clip, a couple clips to play. Let me see what this is. So, all right. So I want to play this clip, right? I'm gonna play this clip right here. I got a couple Jones going. These people is ridiculous. All right. So okay. So yeah. So we're gonna go on a couple things today. I see what the layout is. Now SNL, they got in trouble for their little skit, but I'm gonna get to that later. I can't actually play that because they flagging people on, I think, on YouTube or some shit like that for using that content, because the powers that be, they didn't like that skit, allegedly, because a lot of this shit could be a part of the script, So without further ado, let me start to get to some of these clips here, so I'm gonna put up this video right here with this lady
from Malaysia, and we have the election results. Good old USA for our 47th president-elect. Yeah, I've been in politics my entire career, so I've seen the ups and downs and the swings, but this one still has me speechless. The thing I want to talk about is people who are saying, if he wins, I'm ready to leave. He's won. Are you ready to leave, or were you just talking? Because I am here to help you with that process through my Pick My Brain session. And if you really want to leave and create an exit strategy and a plan to move forward with landing a new life elsewhere, then click the link in my description box below. There are several places I've been and that I've lived that do not have the hostility, the pressure that we deal with in America. And it could be, we're passing through, we're immigrants, we're expats.
So, all right, now let me get that back up on the screen. So this lady right here, and I'm going to attempt to get through this without slander, right? Like how some people like to fancy, but this lady, she's giving bad advice. You know what I'm saying? Number one is crazy how it's like, all right, like just a week ago, right? All these sisters and all these women was patriotic and talk about saving the country and all of this, that, and the third, right? But then you have this clause where it's like, well, if you lose, I'm gonna leave the country. That is the equivalent of the same shit that you accuse Republicans about not playing fair or not accepting the results of the election. So it's like, your man Joe Biden, one of the most racist politicians to ever be involved in politics, right? He even said, you got to accept you got to love America, right or wrong, something to that degree. So meaning that, all right, you didn't get the results of the election that you wanted, but it don't mean that you pick up your ball and go home. If you love America, like how y'all was claiming, then it's like, all right, you going to roll up your sleeves like how Kamala Harris told you to. Y'all got behind Kamala Harris, right? And she told you to roll up your sleeves. She didn't say, get your passport and leave. You know what I'm saying? It's a contrast in what's being said in the feminist, echo chambers and what this political strategy is. The political strategy is to, stay on the track, right? Don't give up. You know what I'm saying? But you got a lot of people who now they got the sour grapes effect. Well, fuck that country anyway. You know what I'm saying? Well, why would you want to be involved in the politics of that country if you don't really care about that country in the first place? You just wanted that power grab, and because you couldn't get that power grab, now you want to leave. So that shows that you was never truly involved in the first place, and you shouldn't be. You know what I'm saying? Especially as black people, like we acting like we really got a seat at the table. Like it's not even like when you a black president, you can just fire all of the white people and bring in black people that you trust and shit. Like you still have to work with people who you don't trust, who you don't know. You know what I'm saying? That's a fact. You can't clear out the room and bring all your brothers and sisters in and say, no, all these my brothers they're gonna do this job. No, you have to still work with people who may be there just to fuck up your whole situation. You know what I'm saying? You still got to work with people who've been in politics for 20, 30 some odd years, who have done horrendous things to the black community by way of legislation. You know what I'm saying? And you still have to try to work with those people and see if you can trust those people or fight those people tooth and nail to try to get something done for your people. You know what I'm saying? You behind enemy lines. You know what I'm saying? And so many of our brothers and sisters go into the system thinking that they could change the system, only to become part of their system that further oppresses us. You know what I'm saying? So we don't never say to ourselves, what are we going to do for ourselves to work together to build up our own communities? When are we going to take responsibilities for ourselves? Right? But no, we just up and leave if things don't work out for us. So now why would a black woman be telling other black women to leave the country? What about your family that's here? Right? Most black women depend on the protection of their family, as they navigate the mean streets of the country, right? So if you go somewhere to another country where you don't have those allies and those families that protect you, are you making yourself more safe or more vulnerable? And this is another thing. This lady goes on to tell people to go to everywhere except for Africa. Why you don't want to tell black women to go to Africa? I'm not even going to say go back to Africa, because that has that negative connotation, that these white people didn't programmed in your head, right? For the reverse effect, But that's a whole nother can of worms. But the thing is this: why you don't mention Africa? Why wouldn't a lot of our sisters think about traveling? They never think about traveling to Africa. They've been brainwashed to think that Africa is just a fucked up place. Africa has beautiful places, but you don't want to go. And you have people there that will love you and worship you and welcome you there, but you don't want to go because other people is telling you to go. Now this lady, well, I think I wrote it down. She said that she wanted people to go to, what is it, Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. So this woman is telling black women to go to Vietnam, Thailand, and Malaysia. These are human trafficking hotbeds. Where all kind of nasty, freaky shit goes on. You know the kind of shit that goes on in Bangkok? I'm not surprised that it's called that. Pun intended. But that what brings me back to this part of my slide, was this right here. You know what I mean? So let me move my logo real quick. You know, because these motherfuckers is crazy. Now this woman, like, she telling these people to go to these countries. Trafficking in Thailand, the demand fuels child trafficking for sexual pedophile purposes. I'm just already jumping to to the conclusion. You know what I mean? But but why would you tell somebody to go to? Why would you tell black women to go to a place like this where, like, even if they were like, even if it was like a possibility where, like, this, well, statistics show that black women are safer here. Even if that is the case, why would unless you down with this kind of shit, right? Children getting sex trafficked, right, for sexual purposes. You could, like I said, you could go in a bar in Bangkok and see little kids, little girls in there selling pussy. Why would a black woman with morals want to go anywhere like that in the first place, right? But then again, it's kind of strange because if that's off-putting to you, then you were literally voting for a candidate who encourages sexual behavior amongst children. You know what I'm saying? And having them cut their genitalia off and having tampons in boys' bathrooms and shit like that. And a dude who has been accused of some sexual misconduct with a child. You know what I'm saying? Like they be talking about Trump, and again, not to defend Trump, but it's like when you talk about Trump, point out the things that this person does, and you got people amongst your own ranks that's guilty of the same things, if not worse. That's hypocritical. You know what I'm saying? Like with people saying that Trump is a racist, right? Now I'm not even arguing or negating that, right? I because my personal opinion doesn't matter in result to the facts. That doesn't matter. But the facts are that there's hypocrisy in that, and people don't want to own up to the races that you support. When you got dudes, you have the father of the '94 crime bill on your side, right? It's hard for you to call somebody a racist. You know what I'm saying? Especially when you're going off of what somebody did to somebody, what somebody said about somebody. But we're gonna get to that in a minute. So let's go through this right here. So this is Malaysia. I'm gonna read the highlight. Human trafficker exploit domestic and foreign victims in Malaysia. Wow. So this is a place where this woman is telling black women to go. I wonder who she works for. This lady, the lady with, I'm gonna refrain from the insults, but you know what I'm saying. But why is she aware of these things? She's encouraging black women to go to these three places, right? And is it just a coincidence that these three places can't look? Vietnam, Cambodian children trafficked to urban centers and forced labor or commercial sexual exploitation. Why?
Foreigners to that land.
Why would this lady just pick these three hotbeds for human trafficking to tell black women to go to because they don't want to accept the results of the election? That is insane. You know what I'm saying? And it's crazy the mass hysteria that's being created behind this election. Like you would think that racism never happened in America before until this election. You would think that the results of the election is the most racist thing that ever happened in this country, right? Like enough is enough, right? So how does you losing an election for a candidate who wasn't even a black person for real, who's disrespecting you, cosplaying black person, you brought out the most ratchet females to campaign for her, exploiting black women on some Sarah Bartman shit. She had a Sarah Bartman political campaign, and y'all supported that. She lied and manipulated her way and weaseled her way into a position to just ultimately flop and waste $1 billion. You know what I'm saying? And again, if you can't manage your political campaign, So how could you manage the country? How do you spend $1 billion in 107 days? You know, so when people try to talk about, oh yeah, you know, the men, y'all didn't vote for her and y'all the reason that they lost and all that shit, like the reality is that, you know, white people, they voted the majority of white people, both men and women, voted for Trump. So most of the white women voted for Trump and most of the white men voted for Trump. But you can't say nothing about them though, right? Because you suffer from displacement. So you gotta go at the low hanging fruit. So you see black brothers as the low hanging fruit. So you're gonna go at us, even though the statistics say otherwise. White people. So if y'all want to play it in the context of the comic book story, right? You all want to play that game. White people elected Trump. You know what I'm saying? So if you want to go cry foul at them. Go cry foul at your white girlfriends, who probably behind your back voted for Trump and marching with you, like, oh yeah. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't know that to be true, but it's a possibility. You know, but that lady is out of pocket though, and you know, hopefully, you know, nobody don't follow what she's saying and be in a fucked up predicament based upon some shit that she said. You know, and hopefully, you know, you see this video if you thought about what she said was a good idea, because those places, like, if you want to, I'm not saying that you shouldn't leave America. You know, if you want to leave America, do whatever the fuck you want. You know, but go somewhere where it's actually safe and research where you want to go before you go there. But don't just listen to some 2-bit half-wit, you know, snake oil salesman YouTuber who trying to just get you to sign up with them with their travel program. You know what I'm saying? Because they send you shit. All we know, she worked for the human trafficking motherfuckers. She send you somewhere. Why is the only three suggestions that she had hotbeds for human trafficking? Somebody explain that to me. You know, because that's really, really crappy. You know what I mean? That's ridiculous. Look at this shit, man. It's crazy. You know. Now, these are the countries that are they're saying is the most dangerous for women. You know what I mean? Now, if you look all of Africa are the least dangerous countries. You know what I'm saying? Now, where this lady is telling you to go to Asia, right, is darker than Africa. You know, even Brazil. You know what I'm saying? But look where black people are is the safest. Is safer for women, despite and this is as of 2024. So despite what the rhetoric is, you know, from coming from people who anti-African, right? You can see right here on this map, according to this map, it's more dangerous for you to live in America as a woman, especially in Canada, right? So y'all talking about going to man, look at Canada. Y'all talked about going to Canada. They're talking about going to Canada. Look at Canada is navy blue. It's darker than America. You know what I'm saying? So again, do your own research. You know how many people done told you that? Do your own research. Don't listen to these people telling you this nonsense, right? If you, as a black woman, you was safe as hell in the center of Africa. You could go to the center of Africa and have no problem. Meet you a good man and everything. You know what I'm saying? Or take your man with you. You know, why is this talk about black women just making this exodus? You know, black women have families. So were they supposed to just leave their families in America? You know what I'm saying? Like, let's be real. Like, who's creating this division amongst us? Who's trying to, you know, proliferate this gender war? You know what I'm saying? Are we just easily gaslit that people on social media can influence us? These influencers can give us the flu and have us doing all kind of shit that they would never do. That's the crazy shit. These people they're not even practicing the shit that they talking about. Now that lady in the video, allegedly she's not in America when she's making this video. But she has a travel agency. See the bullshit? Because she gonna get you to come there. Yeah, click the link in my description and I'm gonna help you. Yeah, because you're gonna have to pay her. That's what that means. So these are snake oil salesmen. They don't give a fuck about giving you the right information that you need to make the intelligent decision. You know what I'm saying? That's where we come in. You know, But these motherfuckers, you can just look at the map and look and see where it's dangerous for women to live at. You take a screenshot, do whatever the fuck you need to do with that. You know what I mean? If you haven't already. Okay, so let me go ahead now. And it's another receipt right here. Exercise a high degree of caution in Thailand overall due to security is safety risk. And that's October 3rd this year. So again, this lady is telling you to go somewhere where it's particularly not safe. A lot, and that's the thing where it's like a lot of our sisters that go to these countries where they haven't investigated how things go. Like, it's sisters that went to Dubai and thought that they could go there with that wild ratchet city girl shit and they get locked up. Research the places, especially if you're a woman, you're traveling by yourself or you're traveling with your friends and shit, and you don't have, a man with you to protect you. You know what I'm saying? When you go into these places and shit, you research these places before you go there. Don't just pop up somewhere out of your feelings. You might be jumping out the pan into the fire. You know what I'm saying? Vietnam. Some of the women were gang raped and their bodies mutilated, as were children as young as 12 before being killed. That's in Vietnam. This lady telling you to go. That's crazy. I'm glad that I saw that, because it's like, all right, we gonna provide the proper education. You know what I'm saying? We're gonna provide the proper education that you need to make the intelligent decision. You know what I mean? Shout out to Pope and ENT. You know what I'm saying? Because this shit is ridiculous. The simple fact that somebody would be that disingenuous and that profit driven that they would just throw out these places without even researching them. And it makes me think that you almost intentionally did this. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's crazy. Listen to the council of brothers, people who really show that they care about the community, not people who just trying to turn a buck or because they mad about a political decision. A lot of these people who weighing in on these things about this politics shit, they don't even care about politics for real. You know what I'm saying? They're not even politically astute. They don't have political intelligence. But they just mad and they in their feelings and they just telling you all kind of wild shit. And you can't be in your feelings and go off the deep end behind these fools and shit. You know what I'm saying? Gaslighters. Crazy, man. Let me go to this next clip here. These crazy fools. This is crazy as shit. Like,
full on removed myself from Hinge, Bumble. Like, I didn't even think twice about it. There's no way I am letting any man near me.
Crazy, dog.
For the next 4 years, I am going to abstain from schmex with men. And funny enough, I actually just broke up with my boyfriend.
Ain't no way in hell I'm leaving my man. I'm not here to judge anybody doing this 4B movement, but telling people to divorce their husbands is crazy.
Right. It's diabolical. You don't know if they're doing it to the camera. But a lot of all of these temper tantrums that people is throwing, that's not things that adults do. You don't get what you want all the time. And and one of the things that I've always talked about is that this idea of spoiling your daughter. Like, you have a daughter and you're like, yeah, I'm gonna spoil my daughter rotten. Would you drink spoiled milk? Would you eat spoiled food or rotten food? No. Something that's spoiled is rotten to the core. So, spoiling your children, they grow up to become entitled adults. And they think that they're supposed to get their way every time, all the time. And when they don't get their way, They throw a temper tantrum. You know what I'm saying? They act a fool. You know what I'm saying? But when you teach your child properly, right? And you teach your child that they don't always get what they want in life. And you have to work hard for the things that you want. And sometimes even when you work hard for the things, you might not get them. So you have to be thankful for everything that you have. You know what I'm saying? Then that when you teach a child properly like that, they won't grow up to be an entitled brat and run around terrorizing people because they didn't get what they want, every time. You can't get what you want every time, and that might be a tough pill to swallow, but there's no reason to throw a fit and throw a tantrum and try to terrorize the everyday person when that person is not the source of your problems. You know what I'm saying? The current administration is the source of your problems. That includes Kamala Harris. And it's like I said yesterday, it's like, all right, well, the election is over, and they still have the ability to roll up their sleeves and do shit. You know what I'm saying? What are they doing to make life better for the American citizens right now? The people who they claim that they were trying to save. What are they doing? You know what I'm saying? What have they done? They're giving more money away to other people that's not from this country. Like, how many times do we have to reiterate that to the point that they claim they call them broke? The housing crisis is bubbling. And inflation they talking about coming, a recession, the job market. And they try to like contribute that shit to the hurricane, but even without that shit, it's like, like the numbers is sus. You know what I'm saying? And when you have a crippled economy and you have a failing job growth, that is the tinder for a recession. You know what I'm saying? And it's almost like they intentionally fucked the country up for anybody else that could come behind them, that they would have to be on so much damage control that their potential plan for the country gonna fail because they got to overcome so much bullshit that the previous administration laid. You know what I'm saying? And see, the thing is that when Trump left the office, right? No matter if you like Trump or not, when he left the office, that wasn't the case. When that wasn't the case, he handed over a healthy economy to the Biden administration, despite the fact that we was in COVID. Like the economy was better 4 years ago than it is now. That's a fact, and it's like they doing everything to try to make it seem like that's not the case. And even when they talk about tariffs, like that's a whole nother subject, but I'm gonna get into that in a minute. Let me reload my joint because they kicked me off of Instagram. Give me a second. Hold up. We're gonna get into part 2 of this shit. You know what I mean? So we're gonna do this shit in another hour and we done. 1 and 2. All right, they kicked me out of there. Let me go back in. Make another stream key. Get the stream key. Bring it back over to StreamYard. And we rocking and rolling again. All right, there we go. It's crazy why they only give me an hour on it's crazy they only give me an hour on Instagram. They used to give me like 2 or 3 hours, but I guess I'm like still semi-banned or something. I don't know. My privileges revoked. You know what I mean? I don't know. But you know what I mean? Like, even like you see these divestors, before I get into the second part of this, you see these divestors, these people on YouTube that be telling you to abort black boys on some Hitler shit. Like, they call it for genocide, type of shit that people should be getting taken down for. They've been doing that. You know what I'm saying? But the crazy thing is that they be doing that while they laid up with their black husbands, telling you to go get a white man, right? So a lot of times, these people, these influencers, they don't have the flu. They're trying to give it to you. You know what I'm saying? They giving you that digital flu to have you to fuck up your life and have you go do some dumb shit that they ain't even doing. You know what I'm saying? So just keep that in mind. Just like what they do when the mom was gonna leave the country and they still here, because common sense and reality tell to finish out this contract. Man, so you can talk all that shit that you want. You don't you leaving the country, but whoever pay the bills over there, or whoever pay y'all bills or cut y'all check, it's up to them if you leave the country or not. You know what I'm saying? Because you can, unless you're gonna leave the country and come back every time it's time for filming. You know what I'm saying? Either way, you're gonna be here. You know what I mean? But you know, this is the gaslighting. You know, this is the unrealistic, expectations that's being given to our better halves that that function more with their emotions than logic. You know what I mean? And I try to say that in a loving way, because I don't want to say nothing that's like divisive. You know what I'm saying? Like, the balance of logic and emotion is what makes us great. We're a team. You know what I'm saying? Man and woman, we're supposed to work together, not against each other. When logic and reason clash, it's chaos. But when logic and reason, when logic and feelings work together, let me start over. When logic and feelings clash, it's chaos. But when logic and feelings work together, it's a beautiful thing. You know what I'm saying? So it's in us to work together. I remember them pictures. Remember, like, you go up in a black household and they had them pictures. They had a picture where it was like a brother with an afro and a sister with an afro, and like they chiseling each other out. You know what I'm saying? Like, she chiseling his abs and he like chiseling her shoulder or something. You know what I'm saying? Like, that art was symbolic of the process of us working on each other, building each other up. The whole purpose of it coming in each other's lives is to make each other's lives better. My wife is to compliment me, and I am to her. You should be happy to have this person in your life. You know what I'm saying? Because they make things better for you. You know what I'm saying? We're supposed to be connected in that regard. Equally yoked or what have you. But when people create dissension in our roles and how we view each other, it just adds more chaos in our life. Somebody is literally telling black women to go somewhere where human trafficking is running rampant. You know what I'm saying? And you have some women that are so fucked up by the system that they would actually do that. So we do this as a public service to provide our people the proper education to make intelligent decisions. You know what I mean? You want to leave here, go to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Go get you some land over there. You know what I mean? Definitely not trying to be divisive. Because the situation is dire. Like, at this time, like, this is not the time to rub the shit in people's face and say, aha, my candidate won and all that. For black people, this is the time for us to look at each other and say, okay, so what we going to do now, Craig? You know what I'm saying? What we going to do to work together? You know what I'm saying? Because, all right, we neither one of us really got anything today. You like, when we talk about something that's exclusively for us, we didn't get nothing. We might feel like we are part of the team who got something, but they got something. It's just like you watching your team. How people would be like, watching football and shit, and they're like, yeah, my team won today. You're not really a part of the team. You know what I'm saying? Like, you wouldn't be allowed in the locker room. You can't even come to the stadium for free. They didn't even give you a real ticket. So you're not a part of the team. You're just a fan. And that's what it is, with the whole Trump situation. Yeah, there's a lot of people out there that feel like that they got something because Trump got in office, but in real reality, you're just a fan. You're a fan of Trump. You're not with Trump. You know what I'm saying? Trump is a political candidate. Their job is to be any and everything that they gotta be to get a vote, yo. You know what I'm saying? And it's synonymous with business. A lot of people in business are disingenuous, and part of that disingenuous is what gets the job done, So him being a businessman is perfect politician, because both of them lie, both of them gaslight, both of them manipulate people. You know what I'm saying? That's why you got the lobbyists down there. The lobbyists is down there. They the businessman and the politician in the same yoke, going around manipulating people. You know what I'm saying? Paying people off, buying people, How is that even a thing in this country where they allow that kind of shit? You know what I'm saying? So you thinking that you got something, that's just a mere illusion. You not down there lobbying shit. You ain't in the White House. You're not in the Senate. Only them people got something. Because they can pass whatever law that they want. They can get the shit for their companies and all that shit. You just a fan. You a spectator on the side clapping. Yeah, my team won. But it's not really your team. You know, that same shit, that same reality that you face if you go to try to go to the locker room for your team, is the same reality that you face when you think that you got a seat at the table because your political candidate won. You know what I'm saying? So I just wanted to make that shit clear, you know, for everybody, because, you know, all y'all people would be tripping just a little too much, just making assumptions that people was down with candidates. You know what I'm saying? So all right, let me get at this shit here. Let me play this for this the sister dropping some
Kamala's
knowledge.
loss is actually a huge win for black women. See, Donald Trump and all his supporters are solely focused on winning, okay? Like a true narcissist, the only thing narcissists care about is beating their competitors, okay? Nothing else matters except for winning. The narcissist never thinks about his or her consequences of their poor decisions. They just need to win at all costs. So over the next 4 years, anyone that voted for Donald Trump is going to suffer severe consequences for making an impulsive decision to vote for a known abuser, rapist, convicted felon. See, narcissists have a habit of throwing each other underneath the bus. Donald is going to throw his own supporters underneath the bus. They're going to fuck around and find out.
Well, and that very well may be true. But unless you move out the country like all these other people say, then you gonna face it shit too. And this is why I'm saying that black people, we supposed to turn to each other and say, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Regardless of whether we like this political candidate or not. But it's very well possible that what she's saying is accurate. You know, I'm not standing behind it to say it is, because I'm not about to tell you, you know, what's about to happen in the next 4 years. You know, the only thing I can tell you is the script is the script, and whatever they lay out is what it is. You know what I'm saying? And it don't have nothing to do with, you know, the decisions of a political candidate. You know what I'm saying? That's just the surface story. You know, like, a president is a president. It's not the CEO. It's not the board of directors. So, you know, these people, like, you know, these lobbyists and these people who own all these different companies and shit, they ain't the ones who get the final say about what the fuck happens here. You know what I'm saying? And they can tell, you know, the politicians what to do. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to get contributed to, you know, the decisions of Donald Trump. You know, is whatever the script is, because I promise you that if Kamala would have won, it wouldn't have been lollipops and sunshine. I can tell you that. You know what I'm saying? The script is the script. You know, and whoever's sitting in that chair, it really don't matter. You know what I mean? That's the reality. You know, but you know, you can't just make impulsive decisions and think that, you know, that shit will suffice, because sometimes shit do blow up in your face. So, you know, this woman, what she's saying, even though she seemed to be like, you know, on some anti-Trump shit, you know, she is partially right at what she's saying. You know what I'm saying? Because it's very well possible that this dude can flip the script on you. You know what I'm saying? Because that's what politicians do. You know what I'm saying? We have no record of things actually being better for it. Like, and it's crazy because if you have to say that there is one that exists, then it's really under him. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like no other president you can say that things actually was better for you, you know, under them. And that's part of the reason why a lot of people voted for Trump, and they believe in Trump, because they can see that in their lives. They can say, well, yeah, well, when Trump was president, you got black people saying, well, when Trump was president, I was doing better. Now, who are we to tell them that that's not true? We ain't living their life. And some people who, you know, you might not like Trump, but you can say to yourself, well, damn, that shit is true. You know what I'm saying? Like, I can say like this. I don't have to be a Trump supporter to know that 4 years ago, gas was low as $1.81. And I remember being blown away by that. Like, yo, what the fuck? How the fuck is gas $1.81? But the shit was that. I remember in 2008 paying $3 for gas and feeling like, yo, this is some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Now, if I get $3 for some gas, I'm like, shit, I got a sweet deal. Like, that's crazy, yo. So, you know, and that's just one of many things that we could point out. You know what I mean? Like, so, you know, when people, you know, try to play this game about politicians and shit like that, it's like, you ain't never really got nothing under nobody, man. You know what I'm saying? Like, keep it real with yourself, you know? So let me go to my next video. Now, this is the gaslighting. You know, let's pull up this video right here. So I'm gonna try to get some order right here. All right, so let's regroup here. What is this? All right, so yeah, let me play. I gotta regroup because I kind of went into the weeds a little bit. What is this? All right, so I'm gonna start here and then build back around. So, you know, I'm gonna play this little clip right here with these kids. These kids was having a back and forth discourse, or maybe it's discord, you know, depending on how you look at it. You know what I'm saying? But, you know, it's like, when you think, you got to think about this, right? This video I'm about to play is between children, right? Children that's in high school. And there's literally adults that are having the same type of argument verbatim.
Doesn't like you.
What right is he taking away from women?
He don't like your race. He will spit on you. He don't even like
what right is he taking away from women?
He don't like y'all. He don't like none of us. He doesn't like Mexicans. He don't even like his own race.
What right is he taking away from women? Y'all still not answering my question. I've been asking for like 5 minutes. What was the answer?
We answered it.
Y'all brought up education once I asked that question. Because y'all don't even know what y'all talking about. Y'all just go on Twitter, look at what they say, and just run with it.
Myron, you go on Twitter. I watched the debate. I heard everything.
Y'all thought he was taking away abortions. He can't even do that.
Myron, what debate did you watch?
He's so stupid. Yes, please look at the Chromebook. So I want to see what right he's taking. Let me search it up. Let's see what right he's taking away from women.
Look at what he's saying.
Let's see what right he's taking away from women. Let's watch it.
Let's see what he's giving you when he is.
No, what right is he taking away from women?
Let's see what he's doing for you.
Because they said that last time.
The right to an abortion was over.
And y'all also said Project 25. He also said publicly he's not going to do no Project 25.
He's a liar. Do you believe him?
And he said, nigga,
y'all only want Kamala Harris.
Your body, my choice. That's what Nick.
Why do you need an abortion? Why do you care about abortion? You're in high school.
It doesn't matter.
You're in high school.
Women get pregnant. Women our ages get pregnant.
Is you getting pregnant? Is you getting pregnant? Did you get pregnant once?
I shouldn't have to fear that though.
Are you even you're probably a virgin. You worried about the wrong things, yo. Abortion is never one of y'all lists. We got wars. People trying to have wars with us, and y'all worried about abortion. Yo, when they slow, y'all worried about abortion. Y'all not even having sex. Like, look at y'all.
It don't matter if we was.
Then we have to take. Let's focus on the anti-government.
Crazy. This kid got more common sense than most adults out there.
Yeah, let's focus on that. People don't want to talk about how Trump is a good president. What's wrong with voting for Trump?
We could, well, just listen. That we could still be friends after the election. I said no.
You stop being friends with us because they voted for Trump, teacher. I'm way more.
He's saying you can still be respectful and that you can still have mutual terms with that person despite others having different
what are you
sides to other.
He just said his friends, those that he came with, and correct me if I'm wrong. You said they asked you if you still gonna be cool after this. Right or wrong. So what are you talking about, ma'am?
No, Dad. Again.
let's not single anybody out, Myron.
No, because he said that's not what you said. I'm like, what are you talking about?
Everybody entitled to their own opinion now.
Right. So why would you cut somebody off because they voted for Trump?
He didn't say. Well, he can do what
You
he
can't
wants.
dominate
all of the media
discussion.
I'm never saying that.
If you want to
cut somebody
If
out?
you want to have some input to the dialogue, then you have to do so in a respectful manner and to be tolerant of each other's views. Now, just because I think I expected that our country citizens were more decent.
Because they voted for Trump, they're not?
Yes.
What?
Jared.
He's a messed up person.
Our citizens not decent because they voted for Trump?
You have your views, and I have mine. I'm entitled to mine.
But that's why you cut them off,
So
because
if
you don't
I have
relate.
friends that tell me that, oh, MAGA, 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 I can't be friends with them.
Because he voted for Trump.
Exactly.
What?
You don't get it. It's
Some
like you
people
don't
can't have their
yourself
own
by somebody
opinion.
who
Trump
don't.
is a good president. Some of y'all are blindsided by what y'all hear on the internet.
Now, Shahrazad Ali said that most black women don't grow up past the age 14. So when you're talking to them, it's like you talking to a 14-year-old girl. Now, you can get mad at me for quoting her, but then that's your problem. You know what I'm saying? You got to deal with her if you don't like what she said. You know what I'm saying? And ask her why she said it instead of just insulting people. And you know, and that's what people like to gravitate to. You know, and that's actually an indication of a low IQ. You know what I'm saying? Like when somebody lays out a theory, right? Or they're giving their opinion on something, and you don't like the theory, you don't like the opinion, and you know your response is to attack them. You know, you're committing a logical fallacy. You know, ad hominem. You know what I'm saying? So you know, I hope I said it right, but you know, but that's what it is, though. You know what I'm saying? Like y'all just be wilding, and you so much in your emotions and shit that y'all say shit that don't even make sense. And like this child right here, these are children in high school. You have grown women that are having the same type of responses, same snappy attitude, same cutting off, same word salad. You know what I'm saying? As the candidate they was voting for. So you see this problem is starting at a young age. You know what I'm saying? The entitlement is building up. You know what I'm saying? From being spoiled and thinking you always can get your way. You know what I'm saying? And if the facts don't matter, you know what I'm saying? Only your feelings matter, you know? And that's the thing that, you know, we got to point out is that this is what's fucking us up. This type of shit that's fucking us up is when we can't hash out our problems or have intelligent conversations without people getting in their feelings. You know, you heard the girl in the background sound like she's about to have a heart attack or some shit, you know, but, you know, in some respects, we can expect that of children. But at what point do we become adults, at least in our conversation? You know what I'm saying? You got people that's grown, right? They paying bills, they living on their own and all that shit, and they meet the standards of quote unquote what we call an adult. But you know, like Justin Bieber has been an adult for how long? If that's the case. But that's a whole nother can of worms. But you know, but we measure, you know, being an adult by simply paying bills and buying a house and shit like that. Then it's like we just looking at, you know, we're looking at that whole concept wrong, only from the financial aspect. You know what I'm saying? And child actors have more money than grown people. So does that make them more adults? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, these children right here, their conversation, you know, reflects that of what, you know, the grown people, you know, are having. You know what I'm saying? And that's sad when you think about it, because if you're having a conversation or you had a conversation with people like this, is that you got to think like, damn, this shit ain't no different than, you know, children arguing in the back of the classroom. You know what I'm saying? Where is the intelligent, you know, conversation? You know, why can't we have, you know, discourse without insult? I don't need to insult you. Just attack what I'm saying. You ain't got to attack me. Call, poopy head and I know you are, what am I type energy. Like, that's children, adolescent type shit. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, if we can't, like, if you have to lead with insults, then you're really not equipped to have the conversation in the first place, because you wouldn't have to lean on insults. You don't have to call somebody dumb or stupid or say that they smoking crack or some shit like that. Like, you just stick to the facts, stick to the topic. You know what I'm saying? But people don't want to do that. They don't want to answer questions. They will deflect and go to all these different things to avoid what's being presented to them. You know what I'm saying? In eyesight and earsight of other people. So it's like, you're not even realizing that what you're doing is disingenuous, but you're also making yourself look bad. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody can be aware that, okay, this person ain't answering no questions. You know what I'm saying? So, hopefully this video is striking to you, because if you find yourself in conversations like this and you're conducting yourself like this, like these children, like these little girls right here, and you could say that this young man right here has a lot more integrity than most adults, even the teacher. You know what I'm saying? That's crazy. So let's move along. I could spend all day talking about certain shit, but I just want to go through some of these things that potentially are gaslighting us. So let me play this clip right here.
It's dealing with a lot. I came to preach to 2 or 3 of y'all who, truth be told, you dealing with a lot. And you want to know why I'm praying for you? I'm praying for you because not only are you dealing with a lot, you got this superpower that when people look at you, it don't look like you dealing with nothing. You be stressed out. You got bills, kids, a life, maybe health, but you got this superpower that when you by yourself, but the moment somebody come around, hey, what y'all up to? Oh, y'all good? Oh no, I'm good. Trust me, I'm good. I'm good. And then what they don't realize is once they leave, you be at home like, why don't nobody help me? Because they don't know the dilemma of being strong and weak.
See, he told on himself right there. And see, you see these videos on social media that, these guys make, to gaslight, women, and they say things that, hit them in the heart, you know what I mean? And they repost it thinking that it's something good that somebody is saying and shit. This superpower that he's talking about is deception. You know what I'm saying? And this is what I was talking about on the video, the Unholy Alliance. You know what I'm saying? Deception, the power of the deception, and the masters of deception coming together to work together to usurp the whole damn world. You know what I'm saying? But that's a whole nother rabbit hole. But I want to just focus on this here. You know what I mean? This deception, is also, a form of mental illness. You know what I'm saying? Just like Jay-Z said, you can't heal what you don't reveal. You know what I mean? And I'm saying this not to try to diss nobody or throw shade on nobody, but I'm just pointing out like how people can be gaslit. How can we easily be gaslit on things that, these word salads and things that are actually detrimental, and somebody can, prop that up and make it sound like it's something good. It's not good to not address your problems and to hide them and to let them further metastasize to the point that they spill over. And and even for our families and our children and our contemporaries who normalize this behavior, they just think that some of the things that seem like glitches in the matrix are just normal, for this person, and that's just how they are. You know what I'm saying? You can't heal what you don't reveal. You know what I'm saying? So so this dude is gaslighting you to make you think that it's a superpower for you to hide the things that's bothering you and not to address them. You know what I'm saying? Shit, you got sisters out there that any little thing they run into the hospital. They get a headache, they go to the hospital. You know what I'm saying? But then, and in the same token, you got women out there that weaponize therapy. They'll say to brothers, "Oh, you need to go to therapy." Have you tried to say, well, then you can respond to that? Have you tried therapy? You know what I'm saying? Because for all these sisters to be in there clapping like, yeah, that's a good thing. Yeah, we hide our problems, right? We make people think that we okay when we not okay. And then when they leave, you know, we be mad that they didn't ask. That sounds like some, you know, I'm not trying to be, you know what I'm saying, you know, divisive, but that does not sound like the best course of action, if you get what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying? Like, they say that a wise person knows when to get help. And see, wisdom, you know, the wise don't, is what's lacking in our community. You know what I'm saying? We running off of emotion. We're not using our head. So you may be, you know, we talk about omens and things, you know, the universe, you know, sending things our way. And people even say, you know, God is going to send this person to me or send that to me and shit. You know, it could be help right here for you. And it could have been orchestrated that way. But when you don't open up to receive, you might be blocking your own blessing. You could have prayed for a man to come and help you, to be a good man to you. And that man could see you and say, damn, she looks like she needs some help. She looks like I could be an asset to her. And he could approach you on that level, and because you hiding, you know, these things, because it's up to you to put up this facade that you strong, but then just like this brother said, you know, to be strong and weak. So somebody or something is pulling you out of your divine feminine. Out of your divine feminine. You know what I'm saying? To be masculine where you're not supposed to be. You know what I'm saying? This is strategic. This shit happens for economic gain. They want, you look at all these different companies that's encouraging women to come and work. Yeah, come and do construction. You know, you got 78-year-old women out there doing construction. Ain't no old elderly women supposed to be laying no bricks, man. We don't have respect for our women to the point that even at 78, 60 years old, that we going to encourage them to come out and work. What happened to if I seen an old lady walking up the block with the groceries and we carry her groceries in the door because we respect her as an elder, as a female too. You know what I'm saying? So this de facto like women empowerment is like this disrespect. You know what I'm saying? It was desecration of our ancestors to take our elderly, our mother queens, and put them to work and had them in the plantations, and they old. And they supposed to be chilling somewhere, giving wisdom and game to the younger generation. They ain't supposed to be out there working. Look around the world, other traditions. Look how they venerate and respect their elders. At some point, you don't have to work, and everybody else just take care of you. Just give us the game. Just tell us what you've been through and how to navigate life's loopholes and pitfalls. Other countries around the world do that. And somebody is encouraging us to put our elders to work under this false sense of woman empowerment. They encouraging all these women to go to work and shit. But then it's like, now you got brothers and sisters competing for the same job when we're supposed to be working together. You know what I'm saying? You know, if we having babies together, right? We shouldn't be competing for jobs. You know, if you taking care of the babies and I'm out getting the money and bringing it home to the family, that's how it was set up. Even when you think about, you know, when they talk about equal pay and shit, right? I'm not opposed to equal pay, but understand where this shit comes from. This shit comes from when a man, it was widely, you know, a thing when a man goes out and he works for his family. You know, women don't work like that. You know what I'm saying? So when women started to work, that was considered additional income because according to the government, shit, y'all still going to copulate, y'all still going to have families. So if you coming out to work, then I'm assuming that you got a man. I'm assuming that you have a family network that's taking care of you because it ain't too many women that's just out here solo dolo by themselves with nobody. And I'm not saying that there isn't, because, you know, that might trigger some women, you know, not trying to be divisive, you know, because this is touchy subjects. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that these were the things that were, at least you could say, assumed. So this is the reason behind that. Now you can argue and say, well, you know, things have changed, right? And things have changed, but not for the better. not for the better. Like when you think about this in the aspect of having your mother or your sister or your wife or your daughter having to go work for somebody. No man truly wants that. You know what I'm saying? So when a man has to compete with other women to provide for his family, it makes that task even more difficult. You know what I'm saying? But it is what it is now. It's like we can't go back. You know what I'm saying? Because the dysfunction in our families is so different that it's like the family network is different itself now. So we can't go back to that. We have to learn how to now work together and figure out new solutions that will benefit us, the black family. Stop separating black men and black women like we not a racial counterpart. You can't have black women without black men and vice versa. We got to get back to that. You know what I'm saying? So, so when we cover these topics and shit, sometimes it may seem divisive, but, you can't heal what you don't reveal. And sometimes, sometimes you got to do things that hurt. You might have to get surgery and shit. And that shit, you might have to be down for a little bit or something, but we need that. You know what I'm saying? You can't just let problems just metastasize behind the scenes to the point that they fuck us up and kill us and think that's a superpower. That's all I'm saying. Let me go to the next shit.
It would make some people believe that because I happen to be black and or a woman, that somehow, even though I can rattle off all the qualifications in the world, my blackness makes me unqualified. It did not seem as if my colleague understood that someone can be diverse and qualified. And it is why you have people like me that get very frustrated, not just in the halls of Congress, but in general in this country. Because as I'm sitting here and there seemed to be this question of you're either diverse or you're qualified, all I could think about was the fact that I currently hold an honorary doctorate. I also hold a Juris Doctorate. I also hold a bachelor's. I also technically hold the rank of Lieutenant Colonel in the Civil Air Patrol, and I actually practiced law for almost 2 decades, in addition to serving on various boards, in addition to being a prior state lawmaker. And there are those that would make some people believe that because I happen to be black and or a woman, that somehow, even though I can rattle off all the qualifications in the world, my blackness makes me unqualified.
Do you think that we want that for you? You think that we want you to navigate your way, our queens, our sisters, our mothers, our daughters? You think we want this kind of shit for you? You think we want y'all to navigate your way through these weasels, right? Who will use you, for cannon fodder when it's significant for them. When they want to come off like they ain't racist, and they can say, yeah, we're gonna elect the first black woman to do this, that, and the third, right? And then the black woman is coming in thinking that she's here for her credentials. But they telling you, Joe, what did Joe Biden say? I'm going to hire a black woman. He didn't say the most qualified person. He said he was to hire a black woman. But how easily can we be gaslighted, right? Somebody can put the battery in our back and think that, they propping us up because we're respected individuals, right? But whenever they want to switch it on you, oh, you ain't qualified. You too ratchet, or you this or that, right? But then they can put you on a commercial, or they can get you the campaign or do this and run and just solely run on identity politics and just say, this person is a black woman and you should vote for her because she's a black woman, right? But sometimes, according to this woman, that your blackness ain't always what's popping. You can be qualified, and just because you're black, they can say, no, we don't want you. You know what I'm saying? No brother wants that for his woman, for his sister, his daughter, for his mother. You know what I'm saying? We create the family network, and it's like women operate more off of logic. That's not, emotion. That's not a diss. That's reality. Men operate more off of logic. You know what I'm saying? So in this chess game that it is with these people, you should be sending your most logical representative, your family, out to navigate, through the tricks and loopholes that these people lay out for us, the hooks and snares and shit. I don't want my woman coming home devastated because I know that that she's more emotionally wired. So when she gets the shaft or she gets mistreated by white supremacy and all these corrupt devils out here, that shit hurts her to the core and it might change her. I don't want that for my woman. You know what I'm saying? I want to protect my woman. And there's plenty of times where our brothers can say, well, they won't hire me because I'm black, and the sisters would be like, oh man, come on with that. You just complaining, or you not putting forth an effort, and you just literally use these talking points that white people get pumping your head about your racial counterpart. The brothers, they don't work as hard as you. They don't retain information as like you do. You're more intelligent than they are. You get more accolades than they do, right? These is all of the things that they inflate our sisters with to put them out there as cannon fodder to go and get these breakthrough glass ceiling positions, right? Only to turn on them and use them or discard them when they don't need them. And then they got our sisters feeling hurt, just like with the election. You know what I'm saying? When they just lost, okay, well, whatever the script is, and they say, well, fuck that, we're gonna scuttle that, or whatever the plan was. Look at all of the sisters that's hurt because of the illusion of inclusion. We didn't want that for y'all. The real men and the real brothers didn't want that for y'all. Never wanted y'all to have to deal with any of the bullshit that we see these motherfuckers do. A lot of the shit that we was telling you, and you didn't believe us. You didn't believe us when they told us when it was clear to us that because we black, they're not giving us shit, or that they railroading us, or we not getting the job that we qualify for. A lot of sisters told brothers to go ahead with that rhetoric. You just making excuses. But now we got our sisters saying the same thing. You know what I'm saying? And like now Triple of Life. If she come in there with an afro, if she being rebellious, right? If she come in there with some locks or some natural cultural garments or something, is she being radical? You know what I'm saying? We don't want you to have to conform for them. You know what I'm saying? We don't want to see our queens have to be snipped and zipped and permed and all this other shit to meet white people's standards. We don't want that for y'all. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, in this whole shit of us being behind enemy lines, we got to really come up with like real solutions that work for us. Because being a part of these people's equations, they can just use us and discard us and have us hurt, have us feeling like like in positions where people who take positions against the black community, like they can't even come back home. So yeah, you ran off with these people. You know what I'm saying? They made you think that you was better than the rest of us, right? And then when they screw you at the finish line, then it's like, damn, can I even get the support of the people who are left behind? You know what I'm saying? We too trusting a certain people, man. We got to correct that. You know what I'm saying? Because, and even like, when these things happen to us, we as a people have to be more understanding of these things. You know what I'm saying? It's like we quick to discard one another, but all of us are victims. You know what I'm saying? And we have to be more solution based and come up with ways to not only avoid these things, but to fix these things when we realize that we become victim to things that we never even knew that was weapons in the first place. You know what I'm saying? What else we got right here? You know what I mean? Let me throw this classic
Catch up
clip
with
up.
white America till we get into business. because there's a thing called tax write-offs. And I would say to young blacks, get into entrepreneurship. And if you have a job and come together, 10 of you, and open up a corporation and have somebody run it, you have tax write-offs. 98% of people that fly first class on airplanes would not be there if that wasn't a write-off. And yet, on that first class, they gave away last year $800 million, almost $1 billion of free whiskey. But if a welfare mother asked for some apple juice for the baby, she's laughed at.
Right. But but we clamor over each other and cut each other's throat and fight each other to be in that first class, right? When we could collectively work together to get all of us in the first class. You know what I'm saying? And this is the way that we've been pitted against each other. Because when we figure out ways to work together to really create things for ourselves, then we become a threat for the powers that shouldn't be. So they always got us turning inward on each other, competing against each other, hating each other, fighting each other, shitting on each other, competitive. Even in our conversation is competitive. You could come up and say, man, I work 8 hours a day. Somebody gonna say, man, I work 12 and I had to go to the gym. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, like, I didn't even know that this was a competition, nigga. You know what I'm saying? So we've been pitted against each other in so many different ways. And it's like, man, we got to realize that these people who's doing this, they the ones that benefit. You know what I mean? When we out here talking about, because of the election, I don't fuck with niggas no more. Or these people, and I'm not dating Democrats and I'm not dating Republicans. And it's like, man, we behind enemy lines, man. And we getting caught up in all these illusions to make being behind enemy lines a happy place. When you're really supposed to be figuring out how you gonna break free of this system. You know what I'm saying? Like when Abraham Lincoln was talking about there being two Americas, right? They shot him down about this, but he said that black people should be able to govern themselves, come up with their own laws and politics, and then they be on their side and we be on our side. And of course people don't like this idea of segregation because they demonized it, right? But a lot of statistics show that, we was better off when we were segregated. You know what I'm saying? And the illusion of inclusion, and I'm not saying this to hate, to hate on nobody or to say spiteful things about other groups of people, but I'm just saying, at what point do we start looking inward at ourselves and say, yo, we need to fix things for us because nobody is making anything specifically for us. You know what I'm saying? All of these candidates that we prop up, they not even allowed to do that. We be pressing them like they can do that. Like, remember when Obama was down with Jeremiah Wright, and Jeremiah Wright was saying some things that, white supremacy didn't like? They made him disassociate with him. You know what I'm saying? Well, if you want this, you want to go further, you need to cut ties with him. And we seeing all these different people who climb the ladder. They shed their friends. They shed the people that they come up with. People that they made millions with. People that they got kinship with. And it's like, well, why is that always necessary for these people to get to the next level? You know what I mean? We got to be able to see through the bullshit, man. A lot of this shit is set up so that we don't never get nothing. All kind of talent leaves our community. All kind of genius leaves our community. All kind of prolific everything that is necessary for us to get to the next level leaves our community. And somebody else get the benefit off of it. You know what I'm saying? And then they can wave little window trinkets in front of us and say, hey, look, we're gonna, we shall overcome and all this shit. You know what I'm saying? Come on, man. This shit is crazy. And we got a lot of old fools out here too. That's a whole nother can of worms. But shout out to Dick Gregory, our ancestor, who's not an old fool, but you know what I mean? It's a difference between an old fool and an elder. I would say that much. You know what I mean? So where I want to go with this here. What is this? I think I want to play some of this right here. But this is like a 34-minute video that I'm not going to get all the way into. I'm just trying to see. I know it was like the opening statement that this lady was making that I wanted to throw up. I'm just trying to overlook it to see like how at what minute mark does she go in on the shit? You know what I'm saying? Because I want to bring it up and get right to it. You know what I mean? So basically in this clip, I wish it was like the other day how I had it the other day, but in this clip right here, this lady is talking about how she felt the morning of the results that she found out that her particular candidate had lost this election allegedly. You know what I'm saying? So I'm trying to see exactly where she started going in on her sentiments about the whole thing. To bring it back circle. You know what I mean? All right, so I'm gonna just bring it in because I don't know exactly where she go in at, but what they saying? Hold up, I don't think the video is too big. Hold on, let me remove some of this stuff off the John. They're saying there's trouble with me bringing that video, maybe because I had it in that queue too long. StreamYard is finicky like that, you know what I mean? But matter of fact, all right, I'm gonna switch. Before I even get into that, I see a shorter clip. I can go off of this right here. So I seen this shit
Trump
earlier.
supporters are racist, but all of them decided that racism wasn't a deal breaker. All of them felt like it's not skeptical or it's not suspicious that their values align with the Confederate flag toting KKK supporters. And to be clear, like the homie Josh Doss pointed out, we shouldn't even be arguing about whether Trump is racist anymore. You know what I mean? The better question is, why do the self-devout racists like to align themselves with him and believe that he's racist? What does he put off that make them feel that way? Conservative contradictions is this man losing his career basically because he disrespected the military, but supporting people that run the Confederate flag, the treasonous flag that the American government fought against through the nation's capital? That's not disrespecting the military at all. The same folks that chastise my community for not wanting to take responsibility and aligning ourselves with quote-unquote criminals and thugs and a whole bunch of nonsense and shenanigans does not want to take accountability for aligning themselves with somebody like this. You see what I'm saying? I'm talking about not only is he with the Confederate flag toting KKK supporters, he's literally somebody that does this right here. All right.
So, you got some gaslighting going on. And the whole thing here is how easily can we be gaslit? Let me get this dude back up on the screen. This is Mr. George Lee right here. You know what I'm saying? And he's saying these things while in support of a racist administration. Like, so when you ask the question, the question can be directed back at you. And, and a lot of people don't want to deal with the reality that Joe Biden is a racist. We can dig up all kind of racist comments and been showing you, the racist things that he said over the years, over his 48-year political career. You know what I'm saying? This is the father of the 94 crime bill. You know what I'm saying? Where his crime bill sent black people to jail for next to nothing. Shit that his son does on the regular. You know what I'm saying? What is the hypocrisy in that? Like literally, on both sides, because this is the current president, the same guy who told us that you ain't black if you don't vote for him, right? And then as soon as he got in office, he told black people, we went over this a couple streams ago. He told black people, you got to hold off and y'all got to wait. Y'all got to wait. And a leaked audio from when he got all these black people together that helped him to get in the office. He told them, well, look, I got more important issues that I got to deal with, and y'all got to wait until I can deal with y'all issues. And that was 3.5 years ago. And he still ain't addressed those issues. You know what I'm saying? But again, we can pull up all kind of shit that Joe Biden has said that's racist. You know what I'm saying? Like, and I would encourage, people who say this things and stand behind this shit to go do your own research and go look at the things that Joe Biden has said about the black community and what he should do with the black community and what he don't care about and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? And then when you talk about the Confederate flag is a Democratic flag. You know what I'm saying? Democrats created the KKK. Democrats fought against every civil rights bill. Democrats gave you the Welfare Act from racist Lyndon B. Johnson, who said that he would have them N-words voting for the next. Well, let's look. When we say N-words, we can say 42s. You know, he'll have those 42s voting for the next 2 centuries, Democratic. You know what I'm saying? The Welfare Act that incentivized women to not have a man in the home to receive benefits. So they got us behind enemy lines, right? You destroy our opportunities, our towns where we were making money for ourselves and shit, right? Then you put us in a dilapidated situation and tell us that the only way we'll help you is if you don't have a father in your home, which incentivizes a lot of females to get the father to either play like he don't live there or actually get him out of the house altogether. You know what I'm saying? These are racist tactics that were done to the black community. You know what I'm saying? And you tell me, Mr. Lee, you tell me, what is worse? Somebody saying some racist shit or doing some racist shit to you? You know what I'm saying? Now people will say, Trump, he did some shit with his apartments. He didn't let black people, nigga, even if that is true, right? What is the magnitude of a black person not getting a house or apartment in a complex or being sent to jail away from their family for years for next to nothing based upon some racist bill that was put together by overt racists and stood on the Senate floor for 8 minutes talking about how he don't care how the black community got to how it is. We just need to throw these people in jail. That's what Joe Biden said. And then had the nerve to go and tell Charlemagne, again, I got to reiterate, you ain't black if you don't vote for me. How you going to invalidate somebody's blackness if I don't vote for a white man? This is Joe Biden. You know what I'm saying? So how can y'all ignore these things that he's done, right? Even in the face of the truth, somebody can literally show you, right? Now I'm encouraging you because look, I don't feel like pulling this shit up. When I got my little clips together today, I didn't get that clip together, but I got it back in my archive somewhere. I just don't know where it is. I got all kind of clips on Joe Biden talking crazy shit, but I encourage you to go look up and at least prove me wrong. Go prove me wrong. Go tell me that the shit that I'm saying that don't exist. And I heard somebody say, Joe Biden, he's apologized for the comments that he made. What about the 94 crime bill though? For the families he destroyed. Can you just give an apology to make that shit go away? Oh, okay. Yeah, that's the final okay. You know what I'm saying? So, if you're gonna call out a racist, be real about the shit. Call out racism wherever it is. You know what I'm saying? Don't give me this democratic version of racism where your white people is okay and these white people that's on the other side is not. Like, nah, man. Because you're not really standing with black people. You standing with blue people. You know what I'm saying? If you standing with black people, then you standing away from both of them motherfuckers. You know what I'm saying? Don't give me that. And I would encourage you, Mr. Lee, to do your due diligence and go look into what I'm talking about. You know what I'm saying? And don't try to, throw insults and do all this other, ad hominem shit that ain't got nothing to do with the subject at hand. Is that if you don't support racism, then why do you support racism? All right, let's throw this up here. Dude is crazy.
I'm scrolling and I see a lot of black women making videos talking down to black men who voted for Trump. And I just have to say, if you voted for Trump and you're a black man, thank you. And I thank you because I know exactly why you voted for Trump. You voted for secure borders so that us women and children can be safe. You voted for a strong economy so that us women and children can be provided for. You voted for our children to not be indoctrinated in this failed public school system. You voted for my right to not have to use the bathroom with a biological man. You also voted for our children not to be drafted into another endless, senseless war that only benefits the military-industrial complex. And also, you voted for the protection of our freedom of speech. The same freedom of speech that these evil, nasty, disgusting women are using to wish death upon you. So as a Black woman, I just want to say thank you for voting for Trump. I truly appreciate you, and I'm going to speak life into you. I pray that God continues to protect you and guide you. I pray that He gives you the success that you deserve. I pray that He gives you the strength to lead your family and your communities. And for anyone who wants to say in the comments that I'm a pick-me, baby, I'm already chosen. So what about you? It's Trump 2024. You already.
Now, I'm not going to sit here and say I'm a pro-Trump advocate. You know what I'm saying? But what I am going to say is that, voting for those things is just the first step for Black people. We can't feel like that because we put a name on in a ballot box and say, I want this person to run the country, or at least perceivably, that we've just done what we did. That's all we got to do. As Black people, if you want to vote, I don't vote. I don't encourage people to vote. But if you truly want to vote, I just look at it like this. Voting is the equivalent of me taking a penny and throwing it in the well and hoping something happens. It don't mean I'm not going to go to work tomorrow. It don't mean that I'm not going to fix the leaky faucet. It don't mean that I'm not going to fix the toilet if it breaks. It's certain things that we still got to do in our communities, despite the fact that we voted. So you voted, yeah, that's cool. And you can have your little pin on and walk around and tell everybody you voted. That's cool. But what you gonna do tomorrow? What you gonna do next week? Because we need, because Black people in the community, we need help today. There's people that need money today. They need food today. They need assistance and guidance, nurturing, love and care today. You know what I'm saying? So every 4 years, if the only thing that you do is put a name in a ballot box, and hope that and wish that something happened at the polls, then you ain't doing enough. You know what I'm saying? So, and I love everything that this sister said, but these things that we want to do to make sure that we're safe, these are our responsibilities, not Trump's, not nobody's, not Biden's, not Harris, not nobody. These are our responsibilities. And that's the thing that we want to drive home to the family, is that these are our responsibilities, not nobody else. Because these people have shown time and time again that they will easily put our shit on the back seat. You know what I'm saying? And just like Biden got in and told Black people, you got to wait, is nothing stopping Trump from doing the same thing. So I wouldn't be too trusting of these people just because they got a better speech than somebody else. Now, one thing I do want to point out, or what she said is true, is about the free speech. Did y'all see the speech that Trump gave about free speech? Yeah, that's something that I think everybody needs to look into, because it's a lot of people that do YouTube, that do social medias, and they want their freedom of speech to say what they want, but the people that you voted for wanted to crack down on that. Yeah, they did. They wanted to crack down on it. We played the clips. You know what I'm saying? And that video I made, the Kamala, the Dunning-Kruger effect, you know what I'm saying? I think it's still up there. But, I put that up there. We put the receipts. Where she said, yeah, we want to police social media. So a lot of y'all who enjoy your freedom of speech to get online and say whatever you want, just like how we said them, look, truth echoes itself. Just like how we said earlier, and what she also referenced about these girls who calling for genocide in the Black community. They enjoy their freedom of speech. to say these ignorant things, but it's their right to, right? Okay. Well, the person who you voted for wanted to stop that, and the orange guy who you've been conditioned to hate, because you can't tell me at this point that you hate him because he's a racist. There's all kind of racists out there. Black people have proved time and time again that you don't care about people being racist. You'll still buy their products. You'll still go to their stores. You'll still watch their movies. You'll still do business with them, even though you know they're racist. They come out and disrespect you. I did a whole video on that and showed you all the different companies who come out and say racist things about black people. They ain't stop y'all from spending no money with them. But see, the media gaslights you and tell you who to hate, despite all the other people who do racist things right in your face. Right in your face. They doing racist shit. And y'all looking the other way, saying ignorant things to you. That political campaign that we have, that shit was racist. Do you telling us that the only black women who's involved in politics is girls who's twerking and talking about drugging men and stripping and hoeing and shit? Where was where was all the intelligent, dignified black women, scholars, freedom fighters and shit like that? Like, where was those kind of women? How come she didn't get those kind of women to campaign for her? She had Cardi B, Megan Thee Stallion, Glorilla, you know what I'm saying, and Beyonce. But where's the engineers? Where's the female engineers? Where's the female inventors? Where's the female billionaires? You know what I'm saying? All of the prominent female characters that are out there to choose from that she could have used to push her campaign. She chose to use the lowest vibration females. She chose to do that. Then nobody forced her to do that, or maybe they did. Maybe that's the image that they want for black women in this country, because maybe that's why it's publicized so much. Why we don't argue that? Why we don't argue that these motherfuckers spend billions of dollars promoting a negative image of black women all over the world? But amongst our women, we have beautiful, bright minds. Yeah, they beautiful for their looks too, but we got beautiful, bright minds among us too. Black women who actually did things and invented things and run businesses and invented inventions and shit. You know what I'm saying? Why they not showcased? Shit, we got positive female rappers. We got rap. Why you ain't talk to Lauryn Hill? Why you ain't talk to Rhapsody? Why you ain't talk to Sarah? You know, it's a lot of positive female sisters out there that's doing things that make a positive impact in their community. Why weren't they showcased? That whole campaign was disrespectful. So when we talk about, respect of black people and people disrespecting us and saying racist things, we need to look at ourselves. We need to look at the people who we aligning ourselves with, because they exploiting us and we letting this shit happen. We co-signing this shit. I've been calling this shit out. This multi-assured subjugation in our community that's metastasizing and it's boiling the fuck over out of the fucking pan and spilling into the fire. This shit is toxic. You know what I'm saying? This shit, y'all making shit cool that ain't never been cool. Black women never disrespected themselves like this. Once we had the ability to govern ourselves to a certain capacity. You know what I'm saying? You look in the like in the 30s, in the 40s and 50s and even to the 60s. She didn't start getting out of her pocket like that until like the 70s. And I wonder why. Because in the 60s, you see the shit reached a climax to the point where we can't tolerate this. We can't tolerate this rise in black consciousness no more. Roll out the coons, roll out the black exploitation and all the ignorant nigga shit. And we've been fucked up going downhill ever since. You can't see that. So when people choose to be more politically astute, that is a flex. Even if that's not all of the part of the equation. So, I applaud the sister for what you're saying. You know what I'm saying? But I'm just saying also to piggyback, or like my brothers to say veggie back, we got to do more than just vote. You know what I'm saying? These things that keep us secure and safe and healthy, think about it. The Black Panther Party created a lot of the programs that the government use today to quote unquote keep people safe. So where's that energy amongst us? We got to keep that energy rolling. We got bright minds amongst us. I just watched a video where a brother turned plastic into gasoline. We need to be working with these brothers and sisters and networking and creating something that's something for us, because nobody else is going to make something for us. You know what I'm saying? Only us is going to make something for us. Let's do that, please. You know what I mean? I don't care if I sound like a broken record, because I'm gonna have to keep saying that shit until we fix this shit. You know what I mean? All right, where we at here? I'm almost through this shit. And I want to play this clip, and then I'm gonna start to switch gears to some other topics that I want to talk about. Now, I'm still looking at that other video. It's a 34-minute video. I'm gonna strike down on it. You know,
drug dealers and thug niggas. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they sexy. Yeah. Rejected all of us, we ain't having enough thug in us. But stand on poetry stages complaining how this is what love get her. And I don't get it. Out here creating her own issues, yet never own up to any of her own issues. She blame us, you know, cause men ain't shit. As if it's not just the men you picking. You knew the difference, could've had you a man and still chose that nigga. Woo! You knew when we're different, boo-hooing, sniffling, crying, he broke my heart. Well, bitch, he kills niggas. And I'm trying to be real with you. He the reason mothers cry. Yeah, you mad he fuck bitches. Let's be real with you. Wow. He is married to the streets, knee deep in beef. You can only be his side bitch. Y'all looking at me like, damn, that was harsh as shit, Kim, when I'm just being honest. And honestly, you should be lucky you wasn't in his car when his ops was out there sliding. 4 niggas, black mask and a black Honda. All I can think about is your mama. What would she say when her baby got shot? Woo! I know she gonna cry and pray a lot. Your boyfriend back on the block, on social media, talking to his ops, doing TikToks.
What level of selfishness goes into not caring about the terror that your significant other is creating, but only mad at this person when he does something that affects how you feel? What's the level of narcissism for that? What kind of selfishness does it take? What kind of sadist energy does it take to be like that? So you wouldn't be mad? You're not mad that, you know, your significant other has, you know, committed atrocity against another human being? That's perfectly fine with you? You don't care about that? Oh, it's only when it's something that's not glamorized, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, it makes me think that if movies were to depict people in movies and TV and music and they all started to like depict, people doing inappropriate things with children, would you approve of that too? You know what I'm saying? Because, it's like, all right, if you found out that, your boyfriend was messing with kids or something, that's a deal breaker. But if you found out that your boyfriend was a mass murderer, for some of y'all, they get your poom poom wet. And I want to ask the question, why? How easily can we be gaslit? Who has convinced us that, people that's on demon time are quote unquote real niggas? You know what I'm saying? To the point where it's like, brothers like myself, and brothers like, all across that's not, would be considered, on some gangster shit, right? These dudes are considered like invaluable. And you got like business women of prestige, that come from a good stock, as they used to say. They be wanting to be with people who are active in the lifestyle of degeneracy. I don't want to call those people certain things because we all have done certain things, right? But when you just live in a certain lifestyle, it doesn't mean that's actually who you are. That's just, some people just products of their environment. fall on rough times, all kind of shit. You know what I mean? But not to say that we should be dismissive of each other, but we definitely shouldn't romanticize or even enable certain behaviors in people. Like let's say you do meet somebody and they going through one of the a degeneracy spell, right? If you can't come into that person's life to help them to a better space, like let's say if you said, well, look, I found a job for you, you know what I'm saying? Or just like how Dick Gregory was saying, y'all can work together to pool your money to start a business, so that your significant other doesn't have to live a life of crime, or doesn't have to go out and hurt other people for a way of living. You know what I'm saying? Which is an oxymoron. But these things are put on us. You see like the movies and the music and the videos and TV shows and all these things that romanticize degeneracy in our communities. They make it seem like it's cool. And even at the political level, we've seen that they a lot of things were revealed to us over the past couple months. It shows us where we are, in terms of our integrity and our character. And a lot of us are reveling in degeneracy. And that's what's making us up as people, and that's how we've been identified. So if you want to be taken seriously, you got to come up out of that degeneracy. You know what I'm saying? On both sides. So if you with a man, or you meet a man that's of a significant or a certain type of lifestyle, I'm not saying to just be prejudiced to that person, but what I am saying is that if you can come into that person's life and help them to make better decisions, then do that. Like you had that song that the girl had where she was saying you can't raise a man. But how can you have that song if you're a single parent? You know what I'm saying? If you're a single parent, then you have to raise a man. So and if you're a single parent, you're proud of being a single parent, then you should take pride in raising a man. So you should be able to use those attributes to be able to help your man to make better decisions. Because if you can't be a person in his life to help him to make better decisions, then you're a liability. And the same is for him. You know what I'm saying? If he can't help you to make better decisions, then he's a liability. If somebody's dragging you down, period, they're a liability. So we have to learn how to prop each other up, not just to condemn each other. Like, because I get what the brother is saying wholeheartedly, but at the same time, there's a lot of brothers that's the product of their environment, and they're in a negative space, and they need help. You know what I'm saying? And what we see in this world of white supremacy is that they're more favorable to our sisters. Part of the reason because they see them as less of a threat, easier to control. And these are the facts. I'm not saying nothing slanderous about the sisters, but this is how they manipulate us and break us apart from each other. They turn the sisters against the brothers. And it's like the righteous brothers, the positive brothers, they find themselves having a more difficult time just connecting with the sisters. You know what I'm saying? The sisters that they really are worthy of. That's the crazy thing. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, I said this before, like, it's almost like, women are being conditioned to be with what they complain about. Like, it's like almost like you like to trauma bond and like to have something to complain about. So therefore you select somebody who's going to take you through certain drama so you can go to your girlfriends and complain about how this person is stressing you out. It's almost like, a love of loathing, like how we talked about in the other video. You know what I'm saying? So we gotta look at some of these hooks and snares. And again, a lot of these things come from our childhood. These Disney shows, these cartoons and shit that we let our children watch that we think is harmless. And they put these ideas in their head of these false perceptions of reality and these unrealistic expectations. You know what I'm saying? Look, my cousin on the stream. You know what I mean? Well, she's doing her own stream. I wanted to shout out my cousin. My cousin Ashley D. She gave me she was the first person who I really sat around and watched them like make music and shit. And she didn't know that I was watching her, and I was just learning shit. Like, she never really was like showing me shit per se, but I just learned a lot from her. So, you know, shout out to my cousin Adrian, you know, but I just seen her stream pop up on the gram and shit. You know what I mean? You know, but she, you know, she's doing her thing, you know, on the activist tip, you know. I know like right now, because we on shaky ground, you know, not I'm saying in our personal life, but just men and women, you know, because of the results of this election, you know, these times are like, you know, almost like landmines when you know, talk to certain people. So, you know, that would be a way that I would bridge the gap with talking to my cousin, being as though that she might be feeling a little tight about, you know, things that happen, you know, and like, and even if me and her got different political views, this ain't the time for me to go rub this shit in her face and be like, aha, you lost. Nah, this is like I said, black people supposed to be looking at each other like, what we gonna do now, Craig? You know what I'm saying? So, you know, find a token piece to talk to, you know, if you got females in your family or in your life, they may be mad about, you know, the results of the election. Find a token piece. Find a totem. Find something that can bridge the gap that you can talk to them about that, you know, that might take their mind off of that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Because they using that shit to keep us divided, man. And that's just the reality. You know what I mean? So, one video I was going to play just to kind of pick it apart, but in the nature of this conversation, I'm gonna relinquish that. I'm not going to even do that because that would just cause more divisiveness, you know. So I'm gonna shed that, you know, because I think I'm proving a good point here. I think I might have accidentally threw something up. Give me a minute. I might have to snatch it down.
Supporters are racist.
That was an accident, you know, my fault. So yeah, we actually covered that already. So let me take some of this stuff out of here because I want to switch gears now. And you know, so some other aspects of how we could be easily gaslighted, you know, and not just with the whole gender thing. You know what I'm saying? So now this might require me to pause and stop this video. But I'm gonna do my best to try to keep the flow of it and not fuck it up. So let me just inspect these two things right here. All right, okay. Real quick. All right, so I just realized something. Let me check my slide real quick. Give me a moment to check my slide because I wanted to put up some additional information that was supposed to coincide with, you know, the things that we're talking about here. I just realized I was missing that piece. So give me a minute real quick. All right, so I gotta see if I have this particular image that I want to run with queued up. Do I have it queued up? I don't think that I do. So I think what happened is in this other phone. So I'm gonna pause this camera shit real quick, and I'm gonna do this up. I'm gonna get in here and snatch this photo out of here so I can send it on my other phone. Cause you know we doing this shit with two phones. All right, so yeah, I see a couple things here that in my haste to start this stream, you know, I hit the gas a little bit. You know what I mean? So I'm oh shit. All right, let me put this up here real quick. So you know what? A lot of people be doing like where they don't have face showing, and I be thinking that's crazy anyway. But maybe I need a better graphic. You know what I'm saying? To do that kind of thing. But so yeah, I wanted to grab some of this shit, right. It ain't even Thursday yet, but fuck it, we gonna hit the gas on this. But I have things on both phones. So yeah, so that to the. So yeah, let me send these over here. get back on camera, get back downfield. You know what I mean? Yeah. It's fun. It's fuck around. Look, I wouldn't be surprised if they make that shit my motherfucking thumbnail. I had to go in and change the thumbnail because they had my shit grayed out. Like, you know what I mean? They be crafty like that. What is this? Okay. You know what? They be changing this shit all the time, yo. All right, how the fuck do I do this? All right, so I sent those things to myself via Telegram. I know a lot of people share Telegram as of late, but but yeah, they always changing shit on here now. I guess they doing a lot of things now because they in hot water. But I use it as a way to file share shit with myself. So that let that be a little trick of the trade for some people out there. If you got iPhone and an Android, a good way to send files back and forth is through Telegram. You know what I'm saying? It's real quick. So all right, where we at? So now I wanted to go here and make my slide, my additional slide, because when I put together this slide this morning, I left out these Jones because I forgot all about them. So all right, let me go in here. Give me 1 second. Be right back and add it in 1 second. And I got and after this, then I'm gonna switch gears because then now I see what I was trying to do that I didn't do. If that makes sense. So all right, let me get this up here and try to put them in some order. All right, so I'm gonna try to put this in order the best I can. I guess I should start it, maybe in chronological order. Yeah. So yeah. Okay. I got a pattern here. I'm trying to think. Should I use these? I got some additional things that I may or may not use. Let me see. Because I had some that video I went over was like, it was like a comment war, and I wanted to use some of these comments because some of these Jones they were just erroneous, like so let me crop up some of this shit real quick. Let me reclaim my time, as they say in the Congress world. You know what I mean? All right. I think we went over this yesterday, but I'm gonna use that to close my point. All right. So all right, I want in this thing, I'm show some level. I'm gonna show the level of craftiness with people. You know what I'm saying? Because there's a lot of disingenuous people online, and it make me thinking that I be having me thinking me like, damn, these people is like working for the other side or something. You know what I mean? Because I I I don't know. Maybe I'm a little naive or something, but I'd be expecting people to have like more integrity. You know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, people be doing stuff that I'd be like, damn, like really, like you gonna do that little underhanded shit, like So, and I'm not trying to think like I'm better than somebody. I guess that's why I expect people to do as I do, because I feel like that's like the base normal. Like, come on, like that was a lie. You know what I'm saying? Like, why you not answering the question? Shit like that. Like, it'd be crazy. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I just think that, somebody of moderate integrity, right? You know, would be able to execute that. You know what I mean? That's all I'm saying. So, all right, let me get back in here. Look, Debo had to stall him out. You know what I mean? Hold up. Let me get in the joint. So, all right. So what is today? Today is Monday, but this is we doing Throwback Thursday on Monday. You know what I mean? So, this is what, my timeline look like right now. You know what I'm saying? Let me move the logo. What that say? Content may offend those who love a lie. Because this is the receipts right here. Now if you can see, this video was this post was posted in 2016. So this is what I was talking about in the other video about the new 9/11. That people was talking about. When Trump won last time. You know what I mean? And think about it, like you survived then, right? You didn't. Nobody sent you to slavery, right? You know what I'm saying? And I ain't seen nobody send back them Trump checks that they got. When he sent out the 1,200, Kamala tried to say that he ain't had nothing to do with that, but they got receipts on audio and video of him saying otherwise. You know what I'm saying? At that time when it was happening. So that's just another receipt that this person was blatantly lied to you. And the dude Shay didn't even press her on it. You know what I'm saying? But this is what my timeline look like right now. You know what I'm saying? There's a lot of crying Jordans out there. You see, like I wrote this right here. The hypocrisy is so real on both ends. I wonder if Donald Trump is saying that the election is rigged now, right? Now think about it. This shit is almost a repeat. You know what I'm saying? I could have wrote this shit yesterday, and this would be relevant today. He ain't saying that the election is rigged now, right? You know what I'm saying? Because he said this shit. He said, that he even started calling out that they was cheating. He said he called out that Pennsylvania was cheating, and which they were cheating. We got results, receipts of them people cheating, not even just this time, but last time. And they worked so hard to cover up that the fact that they cheated. 4 years ago, that it's like they tried to paint. They basically they gaslit motherfuckers. They accused him of doing the shit that they did. You know what I'm saying? They took him to court, all that shit. Like, and it was like all that shit was a cover up that they did what he said they did. And it's proof. But people don't want to look at that proof, man. They talk about election, what they say, is Russian disinformation. You know what I mean? But hopefully, if the orange boy, if he do what he say he's gonna do, then we don't have to be hearing bullshit like that no more. You know what I mean? Because they won't be able to hide behind it. You know what I'm saying? Now I think we went over this yesterday, right? But this is another, stamp of people gaslighting black people online and shit. That kind of make me think that these people is like they working. You know what I'm saying? Like it's like we acting like these things didn't used to be like. I don't know if these people is like maybe they're young and they don't know like history in America. You know what I'm saying? Or it's like they literally just gaslighting people, like playing on their emotions and shit. Like, and it's like, it's like, all right, like we got people that's alive today that remember when that shit was like that, like when it was really whites only shit. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is that, all right, when you got in this day and age, well, even back then, when you got black-owned restaurants, you have the wealth gap. You have the illusion of inclusion and all these other things and shit. It's like at this point, why would you even want to go to a white people restaurant? So this is like exposing something in ourselves. It's like even if they did say, you know what, we got whites only restaurants now, why would you even want to go? And this is the thing about, what I said the other day about, liking your racism up close and personal, or just real, somebody being real about how they feel. That's basically what I mean. Is that I wouldn't want to go into a place and I don't know if the people in here are racist or not. So if something happened that could be clearly racist, and then these people can hide behind this shell or shield that they not racist. I hired 5 black people. I'm not racist. You know what I'm saying? Like if the sign on the door say whites only, I know not to go in there. You know what I'm saying? And if anything, that incentivizes me to go to my own restaurant or go to a restaurant where people look like me. There's black owned restaurants out there. Why we keep thinking that white ice is colder? White grass is greener, right? The illusion of inclusion is what fucked us up. Is what have us going to these places where we shouldn't even be spending our money at in the first place. What happened to group economics? You know, so it's like you're gaslighting people to be upset about something that you shouldn't be. Or like when the Asians put out when they put out their little COVID care packages that was only for Asians. These people was acting like they was outraged. Like, how come they not giving out? How come you ain't giving out? How come we ain't organizing to do something for you? Everybody trying to delegate their responsibility to somebody else. If the Asians put together care packages for the Asians, then shout out to the Asians for looking out for one another. That should inspire you to want to put together care packages for your people, and not be ashamed to say this is only for my people. Like one of the things, like if you're a giver and you give out things, you help people and shit. One of the worst things that can happen if you're a black person is that if you give out all your shit, and to it's like mainly white people and shit, and then a black person come up and you ain't got nothing else to give. You know how devastated that person feels. How that they already feel like they're getting slighted and getting the shaft in the first place, right? So if you just so happen to run out of whatever you was giving out, and here come the brothers or here come the sisters, and they like, oh, you ain't got no more, and it's like, damn, I ran out. Well, all these white people are standing around here who got the shit that you was intended to get to these people. You had these people in mind, but because you didn't make it exclusively for the people who you had in mind, other people who you didn't have in mind came and got the things from the people who you did have in mind. You know what I'm saying? Because we scared to say, look, this is for my people. You know what I'm saying? Somebody should be out here for your people helping you. But I want to make sure that my people get what they need. You know what I'm saying? So is it wrong for me if I go and set up something and I say, hey, look, this is for my people, and whatever is left, then yeah, y'all can get this if there's stuff left over. But I want to at least be able to. You see what I'm saying? Look, at least be able to help my people exclusively first and make sure that all my people out here is straight. You know what I'm saying? And then I can have something for y'all. But if I got that much integrity, just like the Asians, then somebody for your people should be out here to have integrity for you. Especially when people press themselves to be the elitists and the people of most morals and all this other shit that they try to prop themselves up to be. Well, then you should be beating me out here. Then it shouldn't be me out here having to fend for my people. In times of distress by myself, and it's like, all right, I got to deal with your people and my people. Everybody should have equal representatives. That's fair, right? We created fairness. Fairness is not natural. But that's a whole nother can of worms. But like we do this. This is the shit that we do. We block each other, right? But like I said, you can block your brother. You can block your sister. You can't block white supremacy though. See how that works? You know what I'm saying? You can't block vaccine mandates. So a lot of motherfuckers got that shit, or you face to lose your job. You can't block nothing that really fucks you up. But you can block people you disagree with, because again, you see people as low hanging fruit and you think that shit is cool. So we did cover this. You know what I'm saying? I didn't know if I did or not, but I felt it was significant to still put in there to reiterate. So earlier when I was starting this stream, I'm gonna just run through this real quick and I'm gonna get to this other video. I was accosted by a lot of people online who begged to differ and disagree with the things that I said, but unfortunately they chose to choose insults instead of like actually address what I'm saying. So I encourage the people to come to me to engage in intellectual discourse on this particular stream that we on right here, which my comment was removed, right? on some crafty shit because they said that. What did they say? They said that I tried to gain followers in a divisive way or in a some basically they accused me of some type of fraud type shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? And it's like, damn, it's crazy. So like, all right, these people can insult me. Now look at this is the bullshit on Instagram. People can insult you, call you out your name, right? And say all kind of mean, nasty things. And if you respond and match that energy, guess who's gonna get in trouble? Guess who comment gonna get removed? Now look, you see they removed my comment. I ain't even in person, nobody insult nobody, nothing. I ask these people to engage in intellectual discourse, and they block that. So, you know, it's not always about because you use the curse word. Sometimes you're saying things that actually make sense, and they want the bullshit to go on. You know, that's why I question if some of these people are even actually people. You know, of course, we know a third of the internet traffic is ran by bots, and that's across all internet. So, you know, Instagram, social media included. You know, so some of these people may very well be bots. But if they're not bots, it says something about our society. You know, there's a visceral hate that's just, you know, underlining in our society where it's like people, it's like they don't argue to really get a better sense of what somebody's saying. It's just like everybody's like cheerleading and gangbanging and shit. So if somebody says something to you, you know, or you say something to somebody that's contrary or contrast to what they believe, they automatically just attack you and say just mean, negative, assumptive things about you, right? And you know, in this particular question right here was me posing a retort to with the brother who with the color in his dreads, you know, the video, Mr. George Lee. I asked the question. I said, "Well, so Joe Biden wasn't a racist?" But you know, you can see like now, there's 11 comments there, right? Pun intended. But I'm pretty sure there's more now. And there's so many black people, right? That's attacking me. Black people attacking me, calling me out my name and shit, right? Because I'm asking, was Joe Biden a racist? Why are y'all defending a racist? You are in so much defense of the racist, the Democratic Party, that you was attacking another black person for simply asking a question that we have receipts to. So I'm not even asking. I'm not even asking or alluding to a possibility of him being a racist. I'm asking these people like, so basically y'all. I'm basically what I'm saying in that question is that so y'all gonna sit here and act like that Joe Biden wasn't a racist. Y'all calling out racism. You know, and that's really the main thing that people talk about Trump. They call out Trump on racism, but y'all sitting right next to racists. And I'm just asking people to make that make sense. Can somebody out there in YouTube, cyberspace land, make that make sense to me? How you sitting with racists, calling out other people for being racist? I'm not even saying that you're wrong about a particular character being a racist. I'm not even saying that. What I'm asking is that how you sitting with a racist, you calling out somebody for being racist? I don't understand that because if you truly against racism, then you're gonna be against racism no matter who has the political football, no matter whose party that you usually vote for or whatever. You know, if I've been a Republican all my life, and I see these Republicans saying some wild shit, and that shit really offends me like that, then I ain't gonna fuck with them no more. And you should have that same integrity as a Democrat. How are you a Democrat and you can visibly see the disrespect of the black community, the dilapidation of the black community, and you want to turn a blind eye to that to call somebody else a racist? That shit is crazy, yo. Have some integrity about yourself, yo. I'm not against you. I'm not your enemy. I didn't do nothing to y'all. I don't send poisonous food to your community. I didn't force you to take no vaccine. I didn't do none of that shit that happens to you. You know what I'm saying? I didn't force you to go on dates with men. I didn't put motherfucking boys in the girls' bathroom. I didn't put tampons in the boys' bathroom. I didn't do any of that. So how y'all mad at me and y'all motherfuckers, y'all swell up and y'all be willing to come and see me and do shit to me and all this and talk all crazy to me and shit, make all these crazy assumptions about me, but you ain't got no smoke for the people who actively doing shit against you, right in your face, telling you that they ain't gonna do shit for you, right in your face. I just don't understand that, you know. And these be people that's like, they don't even specialize in like politics or like things to do with anything that matters of real importance. You know, you look at these people pages and they be like, they got 1,000 selfies, or like they like got some company that they run a company that has nothing to do with politics whatsoever. They never use their platform to address issues about our people. But all of a sudden they got all this argument to write lengthy hit pieces. You know what I'm saying? Lengthy hit pieces on people, you know, just to not answer the question. You know, this is typical word salad right here. You know what I'm saying? Sad, man. You know, it's really sad. You know, and of course they removed my my comments, right? So I want to get to this right here. So in 72 hours, you know, what they calling this Trump effect right here, right? Now, around the world, these companies. Now, I just want to point out that when you look up the word Donald, right? The word Donald means world leader. That's what it means, the world Donald. You know what I'm saying? Now, the funny thing is, like I said the other day, is that every time Kamala Harris talk about Donald Trump, she had to say her father's name. You know what I'm saying? So Donald means world leader. You know, so let's let that be the premises here. So now as we go further into this, now they said that he, you know, he don't fuck with women and shit. Now, you know, he appointed a woman of chief of staff. Now it's sad that this is a thing because y'all like to play these identity games. Like you can't even say that he appointed a chief of staff. It has to be breaking news that it's a woman. If this person is qualified, that's all should matter. You know, they're like right now, like, and just to add to that argument, right now you got a transgender person who's been elected to I think to Congress, House of Representatives, some shit like that, right? And that person is saying, look, I don't want nobody to be calling me the first this and that. I just want you to judge me on my integrity. You know what I'm saying? Just judge me on my work ethic, and you know, you don't have to say I'm the first this or first that. You know, the media is going to run with that. You know what I'm saying? But all right, if that person chooses to get a banana split, that's his personal thing. But if as long as you showing up to do the work and do the job that people who elected you to do, that's all that should really matter. You know what I'm saying? But it's like we have to put emphasis on these things to make people feel better about shit. Our feelings are too involved in our decision making. He appointed a chief of staff, period. It just so happened to be a woman because maybe, just maybe, that woman was the most qualified. Maybe it had nothing to do with her being a woman. But in this world, you have to do shit like that, or else somebody's going to say, well, how come you didn't elect a woman? Well, maybe this go around, a woman wasn't qualified. Amongst the people who I had to go through, I didn't find a qualified person who just so happened to be a woman. But if you want me to elect somebody just because they're a woman, then does that seem like we're focusing on work ethic or we're focusing on identity? Make it make sense. So, all right, NYC, they stopped giving out the debit cards to illegals. You know, we talked about that yesterday. You know what I'm saying? What is this? U.S. companies bring production home. You know, stock market hit all-time highs. Now that's the first thing I've seen. Now Bitcoin been jumping up and down, you know, all year. So, you know, but that's the first thing that you did see is that when now the world is a stage, and all the people involved are merely just players, you know. And I probably fucked that up, but but you get the gist of what I'm saying and where that come from, you know. So even with the stock market, you know, they can turn it up, turn it down, whatever they want to. But just like that, you know, one day they can say, "Oh, we fucked up, and oh, ain't no money, and we don't know what to do." And then they get some good news. Oh shit! You know what? I got some money. We got some money. Let's spend some money. Let's trade some money. Oh, you want to trade? Yeah, I want to trade. So just like that, stock market just booming, right? All time highs. You know, they just had all time lows, right? Now, it can reflect the things that's happening in the world. You know, you got people fucking up the country. You got people giving out too much fucking money when they're supposed to be paying bills and taking care of shit. You know, so yeah, you know, that those things can reflect that. So, you know, one of the things that they're saying about the economy is that people are optimistic about what's happening, you know, with this whole Trump reclaiming the White House allegedly. And, you know, I don't want to speak too soon on that because I really feel like something is weird looming. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, I felt like that since the election, you know, results was in, and I felt like they just folded and conceded too easily. Nobody even said anything about cheating or nothing, right? So I wouldn't be surprised if they got another trick up their sleeve. But you know what I'm saying? But just in the things that we're seeing around the world, the response, the newest migrant caravan breaking up. Now, alongside that, they're saying that it's a big surge that's coming here. Now, maybe that's the surge that they're talking about that's breaking up. I wouldn't be surprised if the man joint operation environment biding the U.S. some time if he, you know, got together some you know, some more of the cavalry to bring in here for the secret invasion. You know what I'm saying? Because, you know, they funneling these people in damn near up to like 1 million people, you know, who knows how many numbers it is, because I mean, who's actually there just counting the people coming in? You know, you got people running in, people flying in, people busting in. You would think they was coming in to rig an election or something. You know what I'm saying? You know, but you know, they're saying that they're saying the caravan is breaking up because they're saying that Mexico is like now going to you know, do something about this border situation. Now, remember when people were saying that, you know, Trump crazy for getting Mexico to pay for the border? He actually was pulling that shit off. You know what I'm saying? And then, you know, Harris even, you know, co-signed the whole idea of the border. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, the thing is that it's obvious that the rest of the world didn't respect this person because, you know, it's like if you it's like if you got a substitute teacher, right? And you know, the substitute teacher come in and in the class, and the kids in the class are, oh, we got a substitute. Oh yeah, we're gonna run all over them. They sweet. You know what I'm saying? But when the real teacher come back to class, they say, oh shit, yeah, that shit that we ran on the substitute, we can't do that. That's kind of the shit that you see and reflect around the world right now. So, you know, I don't know how you say this. Qatar agreed to evict Hamas leaders. So you know, these people are trying to figure out how to end this whole conflict between, you know, Israel and Palestine and shit. You know what I'm saying? Allegedly. You know, these things are alleged because obviously we not boots on the ground, we not there. This is just some of the world news that's floating around right now that they're saying the things that happened just in the 72 hours of Trump being winning the election. So this word that's going around the world that's like, okay, Trump has been getting back in office, and it's like it's almost ringing the alarm for these people to get their act together. Now the thing is this: you might not like Trump, but if you're looking at the world and the landscape, and you're looking at other countries and what they're doing and what they intend to do or what they planning to do, right? If these people will seem to have a certain level of respect for this particular candidate, then what does that say about the contracts? What do you think that they would have been doing this if Kamala got in there? Just think about it. You know, it's like, all right, like there's a lot of countries that wouldn't respect the woman leadership, and they would think, you know, this is our time to run over America. So even if you really feel like that, you know, it's time for a woman to be president and, you know, all these different things, you have to also equate that to what's happening in the rest of the world. Those are the facts, and facts are factors in the equation. And before you can get to the bottom of this equation, you got to factor this part in. So yeah, all of these things might hit the green check. But when you're looking around the rest of the world and how is they going to respond to this, and if we got to live in a world to tolerate these people and their actions, it's something that you have to consider. You might not like that. Just like you might not like having to lock your doors at night. You might not like having to take your month. Remember people that take their car radio face off? You might not have liked that, but it was necessary because of what's happening out here. And the world is just bigger than you and your feelings. Somebody will steal your shit. And if you're not protected right, then you opening yourself up for shit to happen to you. These are the precautions that we take in life. That's how life works. So if the rest of the world is not ready, people say, oh, well, America is not ready for a woman president. Well, apparently it seemed like the rest of the country wasn't ready either. I mean, the rest of the world wasn't ready either because these people, when Trump, when they get word that Trump is getting back in office, all these motherfuckers act like they want to act right now. Taliban claim they want a new chapter. So the Taliban is saying, yo, we want to be taken off the terrorist watch list, yo. We ain't even doing shit like how we used to, cuz like can y'all give us a break? Like we don't want y'all to run down on us like that. You know what I'm saying? Shit, look, maybe they is chilling now. They got a shitload of weapons and shit. You know what I'm saying? They gave to the Biden administration, gave it to them. You know what I'm saying? So they claiming like, yo, look, we don't want no smoke. We just chilling. You know what I'm saying? Can you cut us a break or something? You know what I mean? China wants peaceful coexistence, right? So China, the BRICS group, they've been chiseling out a nice brick to hit you upside the head with, right? And because they thinking, oh, we gonna crack these motherfuckers over the head with this brick. Now I remember I seen in the movie, it was the show Designated Survivor, or one of them shows, one of them little crafty political shows where they put the predicated malevolence in. One of them shows, but I think it was Designated Survivor, and it was a scene where they was talking to the boy, there's a representative from the Chinese government, and he was like, he told America, he said, yo, when we come for you, it won't be with guns and bombs. We just gonna simply repossess you. And that's deep. Niggas owe money to China, man. You know what I'm saying? So if this financial structure, as we know, if this shit tank, then China is really in a position where they could just repossess this country. That's probably why they buying up a lot of farmland here, because they anticipating something bad to happen with the finances. Maybe that's the case. Maybe like we always think about threats as like military shit. Like, oh yeah, they get these farms near these military sites, and which they are. They're getting these farms near these sites that military bases and nuclear bases and shit, which is kind of crafty. And you gotta ask, well, why the fuck would somebody let them do that shit in the first place? If they care about national security, right? Because all of these things are supposed to reflect national security. We got to live in a world with other people, with other players on the board. And we have to coexist with them, like how what China is saying. We have to coexist with these people. So all right, does America really want to turn up on other countries like that? Being as though we then gave out billions of dollars. We experimented on our soldiers, we experimented on our people. We gave out millions of military equipment. Do y'all really want to play with other people right now? I don't think you do. I think at this moment you want to take that prowess and that position of or perception of fear and strength that's being broadcasted right now as a time to develop and really fortify and be what people think you are. Because right now, I think your whole shit is fucked up right now. You done gave away too much shit to be able to just be on go still, unless y'all got way more than what y'all saying. You know what I'm saying? I don't know, because a lot of shit seem crafty, but y'all crafty. So, we can't just trust anything you say for face value. So Russia is ready to speak to the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Now, they spend a lot of time making Russia the boogeyman over a couple decades now. All these different movies. Even when Rocky, you see how white people come to Philadelphia, for Rocky and shit. I wonder how many people come for Rocky and for the historical value of the city. That's another can of worms. But even in those movies, all the way back to the 70s, they've been programming us with this Russia shit. You know, of course, you had the Cold War and all that. But after the Cold War, they basically still needed Russia to be the boogeyman. You know what I'm saying? So you see that because Russia has been like ostracized from the UN, and that goes back, from a long time to like, Nathan Rothschild type eras when the Tsar did some crazy shit and they vowed to get back at them. So, certain countries, because of what they did in yesteryear, they just mark, and they don't fuck with them. Like Haiti. Haiti fucked up everybody. So now Haiti is fucked up. See how this shit work? You know what I'm saying? For the French sued Haiti for destroying their property. What property is they talking about? So you see, like when you go, it's like when you go against the grain of the fascist oligarchy, they're going to try to make you pay the price indefinitely. You know what I'm saying? So because Russia went against the grain way back when, they always going to be the bad guy. You know what I'm saying? That's why even when they tried to join the UN, they denied Russia out the UN because they're like, no, y'all going to be the bad guy, nigga. Fuck that forever. You know what I'm saying? So, but they demonize a president having a healthy relationship with other leaders who you think that may be up to some bullshit. Like, that shit don't even make sense. You would think, all right, like, what they say, keep your enemies close, and your friends close and your enemies closer. So if you can build a tolerable relationship or truce even with these people who may do something to you, like, all right, like, if the Russian disinformation shit, that they keep talking about and all this interference from Russia, if all that shit ceased to exist, is that good or bad for the country? Oh, okay. So it's like, these people try to make it seem like it's like certain people just have to be the bad guy. And it's like you're creating or anticipating conflict with these people. And it's like, yo, if you pull out your gun on somebody, they might just shoot you. So if you walking around places and you got a gun out all the time and you just threatening people and you want to be at odds with people, somebody might pressure you on that issue. And you might not want that smoke that you've been acting like you want. And that's what I'm saying. Does America really want that smoke? I don't think they do. You know what I'm saying? When people go around and create civil unrest, y'all bitching about statues and shit. So if somebody bombed this fucking country, right? If a military operation was to really go down in this country, y'all got a lot of precious shit that you don't want fucked up. You know what I'm saying? Of course you don't care about the people, but it's a lot of shit that you can be bitching about. The Washington Monument, all this kind of shit. You don't want that shit. All that shit that y'all seen on TV, you don't want that for real. All in the movies and shit, they don't want that. So it's like y'all be trying to stick your chest out for real, where it's like, man, like America is like one of the most vulnerable countries. Especially now because you let all kind of people in undocumented, so they could be doing they could be planning to do whatever right now. You know what I'm saying? EU wants to buy gas, U.S. not Russian gas. So U.S. They talking about the drill baby drill shit, which is like a big component of what Trump, was campaigning on. They try to say he ain't had no policy, but the people who ain't had no policy was accusing him of not having policy. So it shows how we easily gaslit. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, he's talking about drilling and tapping into, the massive deposits of oil that's all up under the surface of America. You know what I'm saying? There's a huge argument as to whether if oil replenishes itself is not, which I'm not going to get into at this moment. But consider this: people have been using and burning oil for a very long time, and if that shit ain't run out by now, it should be about to run out. You know what I'm saying? Don't you think? And it's like, all right, but then on the same token, oil, I would say, is almost like the lubrication of the planet. Like if a car has engine oil, right? The car can't run without engine oil. So if we do extrapolate all the oil out the planet, that may be bad for, tectonic plates movements or some shit. Maybe that oil is what keep these plates from like caving in and breaking up or some shit. So, Yeah, it's definitely an argument that it takes for reasonable people to have, and to really want to come up with a solution and not just profit and rhetoric and bullshit. Is like, well, what is the purpose of this oil? Because the earth is a living organism. You know what I'm saying? So what would be its internal purpose of this oil? Is it just a process of pressurization, or does the oil in the earth actually have a purpose for the healthy development of the planet? That's a discussion that needs to be had by more than just me. But what else we got here? Ukraine leaders, they want, what the hell? Look, scratch that one. Fuck Ukraine. They they want to talk to any fucking body. They don't give a fuck. They like drug addicts. They wouldn't give a fuck if the dealer that they've been getting drugs from their whole life got his head blown off. Whoever out there, they're gonna cop off of. You know what I'm saying? That's pretty much how Ukraine moves. So they don't give a damn. They wouldn't give a damn if we elected an animal for fucking president, like a literal animal. If we went and said we want a bald eagle to be the president, he would be happy about that. He don't give a damn. As long as there's somebody giving him some money, that's all he gives a fuck about. And he probably looking at Elon to see how he can get some shit from Elon too. This dude is a moocher. Like, out of all like the political leaders and shit, like this dude is a moocher and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, so I'm gonna use that as a segue. Oh shit, they kicked me out of the room. Oh no, they didn't. All right. So I'm gonna use that as a segue to talk about to show this video about the 35-year-old president of Burkina Faso. You know what I'm saying? What I
Faso's 35-year-old president Ibrahim Traoré is boldly defying the long-standing notion among African leaders that one must be wealthy to command respect from their people and the global community. It's extremely uncommon to witness an African president leading a modest lifestyle, particularly when their country is grappling with economic challenges. Many African leaders own luxurious cars, reside in opulent mansions, wear expensive custom-made suits, and even travel in lavish private jets, seemingly unconcerned about the plight of their people. In stark contrast to these extravagant lifestyles, Ibrahim Traoré, the president of Burkina Faso, chooses not to prioritize luxury. Instead, his focus lies in placing the needs of his people first, even going so far as to reduce his own salary. Ibrahim Traoré draws frequent comparisons to Thomas Sankara, primarily due to his modest lifestyle and unyielding dedication to his people. Much like Sankara, Traoré prefers to drive a simple car and eschews the opulence of expensive suits in favor of military attire. This was evident during the Russia-Africa summit, where Traoré stood out among his African counterparts by donning military combat clothing, complete with a distinctive red beret and tactical gloves. Moreover, Traoré's refusal to accept a president's salary and his steadfast commitment to maintaining his salary as a military captain serve as a poignant testament to his unwavering commitment to serving his country. This and many more will be covered in today's video. Prepare to be amazed by the impact of this young visionary leader on the transformation of Burkina Faso. Before we proceed,
I'm gonna pause that imagery right there because my stream got cut off on Instagram. So let me reload that joint real quick, get back on there to wrap this up. I'm pretty much done with this now. You know what I'm saying? Done with this for now because we do gotta get out here, get to $1. You know what I mean? Because I don't make money off of no streams. I'm not getting no super chat money, nothing like that. You know what I'm saying? We just do this because it's what's need to be done. And sometimes you gotta do stuff knowing that you might not never get no reward for it. But as long as you can do something to make the difference and you can see the fruits of your labors, then that's the reward that you get, sometimes. But hopefully, hopefully one day we can make money off of this. I've been doing this shit. I've been doing this shit way before you could even make money off of this. So it's like the main focus was like staying out of trouble. You know what I'm saying? And staying alive, no job. But it's like, wow, now people is getting money off of free speech. You know what I'm saying? So, shout out to that. You know what I mean? And shout out to the people who want to protect that. And the ironic thing about that is the person who you hate is the person who is more willing to protect that than the person who you congratulate. Failure. But let's I think we back on. So yeah, we back on. So Burkina Faso. I fuck with this. You know why I fuck with this? Because let's get the image. I'm probably gonna have to play this video over again. But I wanted to start it over because my Instagram shit I got booted off of Instagram. So I'm gonna play this video again.
Faso's 35-year-old president Ibrahim Traore is boldly defying the long-standing notion among African leaders that one must be wealthy to command respect from their people and the global community. It's extremely uncommon to witness an African president leading a modest lifestyle, particularly when their country is grappling with economic challenges. Many African leaders own luxurious cars, reside in opulent mansions, wear expensive custom-made suits, and even travel in lavish private jets, seemingly unconcerned about the plight of their people. In stark contrast to these extravagant lifestyles, Ibrahim Traore, the president of Burkina Faso, chooses not to prioritize luxury. Instead, his focus lies in placing the needs of his people first, even going so far as to reduce his own salary.
Right.
Ibrahim Traore draws frequent comparisons to Thomas Sankara, primarily due to his modest lifestyle and unused to his people. Much like Sankara, Traore prefers to drive a simple car and eschews the opulence of expensive suits in favor of military attire.
Right.
This was evident during the Russia-Africa summit, where Traore stood out among his...
So I wanted to just show that right there. See, this is the epitome of a real leader. See, like back in the day, like in ancient times and shit, what made you a leader is that you was willing to get out there and die for your people. You was on the front line with the cavalry. You know what I'm saying? So when you see this president, like when you look at a picture says 1,000 words. Based upon our perception and how we've been gaslighted and manipulated and shit. If we were to look at this picture right here with no caption, you would think this brother was just a regular soldier. But he's a president. But see, he's more of a leader than all of them suits out there. Because you know why? He on the front line with his people. He's showing them and showing up in full military brigade. Now think about it. Our president is the commander in chief, right? Now, when you think about, let's say for whatever reasons, however it was the layout, let's say that, our commander in chief had to meet in the fisticuffs with the president of Burkina Faso. It don't matter. Neither one of them motherfuckers wouldn't be equipped to stand against this brother right here. You know what I'm saying? This is black power that you're seeing right here. You know what I'm saying? You see this brother right here in full military brigade, a leader and a president of his country, a man of his people, representing his people, willing to take a lesser salary to make sure that his people is right. That's a true leader. That's a true leader right there. You know what I'm saying? And he's there, low key, like he's low key aggressive right here. You know what I'm saying? Meaning that his stance, his posture, his dress, all of these things say to these people in here that I will fuck you up. You don't want no smoke with me. Then yeah, y'all might have bigger budgets than me. Yeah, you probably can drop a bomb on me and do some other little sneak coward shit. But right here, right now, nigga, I will fuck you up. You know what I'm saying? None of them people that you see in this picture right here, none of them people want no smoke with that president right there. Now, yeah, they could do some shit on the back end and press a button and send a million people over here and do some more underhanded shit. Yeah, y'all good at that. But this right here, that's what a true leader is right here. Is a man of the people and put himself at risk. He not behind no desk pushing a button or sending somebody else to war. These politicians send your kids to war, but they ain't gonna strap up no arms and go out there themselves. That's a leader. You know what I'm saying? That's the difference. So the shit that we got over here, these people who y'all cape and cry for, these people ain't really willing to do nothing for you. They're not about to. They're not about to risk it all for you. They're not even gonna risk nobody who they care about for you. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, and that's why when you look back at that picture, right? Let's see, can we go back to the picture? Hold up. See if I can do the impossible on Instagram. I mean, on social media. You know what I mean? A StreamYard, my fault. So look, there we go. So all right, this woman, this is her after she lost the election, blew $1 billion and $20 million in debt to her political campaign. Does she look like she give a fuck? You know, do you think that she gonna grab her? Like she said, she got a Glock. She didn't even say what kind of Glock she got, but whatever kind of Glock she got, you think she gonna grab the Glock and go bust a shot for the American people if necessary? You think that? You know what I'm saying? This whole shit is a fucking show, man. You know, even Trump, he's a 78-year-old man. You think he gonna go do something to somebody? You know,
His African counterparts by donning military combat clothing, complete with a distinctive red beret and tactical gloves. Moreover, Traore's refusal to accept a president's salary and his steadfast commitment to maintaining a salary as a military captain serve as a poignant testament to his unwavering commitment to serving his country. This and many more will be covered in today's video. Prepare to be amazed by the impact of this young visionary leader on the transformation of Burkina Faso. Before we proceed, we kindly ask that you consider showing your support by liking and subscribing to.
Now just look at that. Can your president ride on the top of a car through any city? Not even their own city. Motherfuckers, like, you know, according to the context of the comic book story, right? Trump got shot at, right? And people was ready to grip up arms at him more than once, right? Allegedly. According to the context of the comic book story, of course, right? But even if any one of them motherfuckers, any one of them, do you think that they could ride through any hood? You think Kamala could ride through the streets of anywhere with her head out? Why is that the case in this country? How come in other countries, you know, these people really love their leaders? So much so that these people, they don't fear getting sniped or getting shot or nothing, because they good like that. That he could be on the top of the hood of the car, out the window, actively in the communities, accessing the people without somebody shaking everybody down before they come through. Right? What does that say about our country? What does that say about America? That other leaders around the world, other real leaders around the world, is really loved and respected by their people, with the people who we exalt to the highest seat of office or authority in our country, they can't go nowhere without security. They can't even stick their head out somewhere. Somebody might try to do something to them. What does that say about us? What does that say about that happens here? How people feel about, you know, so a lot of these things that people focus on is like, y'all focus on the things that make you feel good, but you don't focus on what the rest of the people have to say. Because most people practice individualism. You're de facto Satanists. Your sadistic tendencies to the point where you laugh at the misfortunes of other people. You don't care what metastasizes in them. You don't care what lengths they might go to free themselves from whatever trauma that they're going through. And because their trauma is not your trauma, you can give less than a fuck. But when people can reach each other on an equal level, then we can then try to push for solutions that provide healing for both parties. You know, my problems might not be your problems, but if we can come together and figure out solutions how to fill both of our problems, you might have the sugar. I might have the motherfucking iced tea mix, and that motherfucker might have the cup. But we wouldn't know that shit if we ain't communicating. We could come together and make some shit. You know what I'm saying? So whatever that this shit is, but if we so individualized and worried about ourselves, your neighbor might have a key to your solution. You wouldn't even know it because you don't even talk to them. You know how many black people live in neighborhoods and they pride themselves on talking about how I don't even know nobody around here. What the fuck? You know what I'm saying? You know, we should be active in our communities. We should be engaging each other. We should be getting to know one another. You know, we should be able to help each other with provide solutions for each other. You know, people getting locked out. You know, I grew up in a community and somebody get locked out, you go to your neighbor house. You knew the neighbor. But if you go somewhere, if you live somewhere you don't even know nobody and shit, just the simplest things now become bigger things simply because you don't know nobody. Your car don't start in the morning. You can't knock on the neighbor door or call the neighbor and say, yo, can you give me a jump? Because you don't know nobody out here. But you pride yourself on isolation and individualism, and we wasn't raised on that shit. You know what I'm saying? We wasn't raised on that shit. So shit like this look crazy to us. Like, damn, how can their president be out engaging the people like that? Because they got a better sense of togetherness over there. We got too much scumbags and straighters and backstabbers, liars and manipulators, gaslighters, influencers. You know what I'm saying? Disinformation artists, misusers. You know what I'm saying? Like, come on, man. You know, if a lot of people will consider themselves to be in a country that can conduct themselves better than no other country, how do we explain shit like this? You know what I'm saying? All of these elections and policies and shit like that, they don't do nothing but create more division in the country. They've been talking about division to you on the news for how long? No matter what motherfuckers do, it's more division. Because this system is set up that way. It's set up to create division so that people don't never really come together to really address the issues that's plaguing them. And all the issues that's plaguing to you is given to you by the same people who you think gonna fix your problems. They're not living your life. They're not living your life. Them people can go on goddamn vacation for a month and just chill while the rest of us is hoping that these motherfuckers come back to work to fix our problems. Does that sound like an upstanding citizen? Does that sound like an adult? We should be fixing our own problems. If these people can take a month off from fixing our problems, we elected these people. We got them people, their jobs to fix our problems, and they can take a month off whether our problems are fixed or not. Is that fair? You know what I'm saying? But you can call in American Idol and you can vote for so and so, what's his face, because they sung the best song and shit. But we got to send somebody somewhere else to vote on our problems that they not living. These people is millionaires. You know what I'm saying? Again, she's not worried. She just came up $200 million. She good. We ain't good. You know what I'm saying? It's motherfuckers who gave their hard-earned money up to her. They trying to still get back. You know, if we talked about this before, if it's the girl out there who gave her rent money to see Beyonce, then imagine who gave their money to see a black woman or a black woman be president. You know, because she's cosplaying, but they thought she was black, so they gave their money for that. This is one of the biggest political scandals of all time. Somebody perpetrated a fraud on some CB4 shit, amass $1 billion from the backbone of the political party, right? And then just moonwalk backwards into the bushes on some Homer Simpson shit. You know what I'm saying? She good. She good. She look. Well, who gonna have to pay that $20 million? Is she gonna have to pay it out of her pocket? What else we got here, man? I smell something, and something stinks to high hell. There's something going on. All right, so we're gonna start to move to wrap this up. Just trying to see what this is here. What is this? Should I do rapid fire? What is this? All right, let me see what this is.
No matter who wins today's presidential election, one thing is clear: Wealthy Americans are looking to potentially set up shop in other countries at record levels. Robert Frank joins us with more.
We're saying, we always hear this threat. I'm going to leave the country if so-and-so is elected. This time, the wealthy are taking action. Advisors and attorneys to the wealthy say applications for investment visas and passports are up more than 30%. Americans are now the #1 group applying for many of those top investment migration programs. A survey by Ardent Capital found that 53% of American millionaires say they're going to leave the U.S. after the election, no matter who wins.
The majority of our clients are, very successful business owners, entrepreneurs. We obviously have a lot of the leaders in the tech sector out of Silicon Valley. So for them, it's building a portfolio of options around the world.
What they call a passport portfolio. So where are the wealthy going? Well, Malta has become the big status symbol for second passports. For about $650,000 plus fees, you can get citizenship and you can live and work anywhere in Europe. That's the advantage to Malta. Now, St. Lucia and Antigua also popular. For permanent residencies, Portugal is the favorite right now. That requires an investment of 250,000 euros. Greece, Spain, and Italy, all not bad places, are also big for Americans. The prices, though, are going up. Greece nearly double the price of its golden visa for parts of the country. Now, for more on the wealthy and where they're planning to move, check out the Inside Wealth newsletter at cnbc.com/insidewealth. That's cnbc.com/insidewealth for your full guide to moving overseas after the election.
Is it political?
I thought Portugal was out. I thought they kind of had
What they did is used to be able to buy a beach condo for $300,000 and get the permanent residency as a bonus. Now, prices on the real estate went up so much, the locals got frustrated. There's a backlash. So now real estate is not an option for that investment, but you can invest that amount in a business or other startup. So the program essentially costs the same, but you can't do it through real estate anymore.
Meantime, we just had that journal piece about the Chinese trying to expatriate art, buying money in crypto. But is that the same story as the one you're talking about here?
They're moving money out. They're not moving themselves out. The other interesting global piece here is that UK just passed a budget which has big increases on the wealthy. Yeah. So now the U.S. and the British are now looking to go, and it'll be interesting to see where all those groups. But we have money on the move like we've never seen before around the world. Different reasons. China, you've got the government. The UK, you've got taxes. Here, you've got just this social and cultural issues. Not so much taxes driving people to think about living overseas.
I was just going to ask why. Why are people leaving America?
Some of it's, I don't like this candidate, and that's on both sides. Some of it is just discomfort with, violence, political partisanship, anti-Semitism is a big reason that they cite, Islamophobia. So it's all of these things that bother us. And if you have the money and the mobility, which the wealthy have, why not live overseas for a while?
Yeah, or at least get a Malta.
Well,
$650,000, right? That's
right. The Humphrey Bogart.
It's the reason why they said Malta. You know what I mean? The Knights of Malta. But see, this is gaslighting. One thing that's been going on. Maybe I should have the graphic up on the screen.
These Falcon,
right? The Maltese. I was thinking Casablanca too.
These people, they crafty. All right.
No matter who wins today's presidential.
I'm pointing out the craftiness, right? So all right. The truth be told, people with money been moving out the country for several years now. You know what I'm saying? A memo went out to the rich elite telling them to get out of the country. You know what I'm saying? And a lot of people have been, even when people talking about the whole situation with Drake, they were saying how he was liquidating his assets in America. A lot of these rich motherfuckers is doing this shit where they is looking to go other places. You know what I'm saying? And this memo has been out now circumventing around whoever is getting it, you know what I'm saying, for some years now. Who's that dude? Jordan Peele. Jordan Peele, he made a movie. He made two movies, right? With titles that was just one phrase. It was Get Out and Us. Now, Us can be viewed as US. Get Out, US. Now, when you look at the things that was happening in those movies, right? And some of the disturbing images that we saw in those movies that was directly, issued to black people, right? It was that like a sagacious message to people to say to get out of the U.S. You know what I'm saying? Because the rich wigs, they got the memo too, and apparently, the nefarious clandestines, they got the memo too, because something was told to a colleague of mine by some people who would be in close relations with some of those people from the shadows, and they said that you should get out of Philadelphia. I don't want to see nothing happen to you. You know what I mean? So if somebody was to say that to you, you would kind of say to them, well, what does that mean? Well, I can't really say, and I'm just giving this, summarizing this conversation between this person. I can't really say, but something might happen there that's really bad, and you should get out of there and get your family out of there. You know what I'm saying? Could it be just fluff? Am I capping? Well, you know me. You don't know me for that, but you know what I mean. But was I heard? Was somebody told me? Was that disinformation? Or was that a real conversation? And if that was a real conversation, was that person pulling his leg? What fueled this person to want to say something like that? I don't have the answers to those questions, but you know what I'm saying. I'm just pointing out that to highlight that when now that they finally talking about something, doesn't mean that it just started happening. That's pretty much the what needs to be understood from these kind of things is that just the news in general. Just because they talking about something now doesn't mean that it didn't already happen or hasn't already been happening, depending on what they're talking about. You know what I'm saying? And this exodus has been going on before an election. Maybe some of these people are like the last to get out. As maybe Jordan Peele was suggesting. You know what I'm saying? But all right, like even with the passport shit, like they stealing people money. I went to get my passport, right? And they stole my money and I ain't get nothing. So they telling me that I can't get the money back. So they told me that it was something wrong with my birth certificate, right? They said your birth certificate is unreadable, which is not, but they can say that it's unreadable, right? And they took the money that I gave them. I gave them extra money to expedite the situation, right? And they took the money and kept it. And then told me, well, you just got to reapply again. Now during this time, right? They said that, well, if you want to fix this situation that we got right here, just get another birth certificate. So when I went to go get a birth certificate, right, they told me that it would take 180 days to print up this legal document. How in the fuck does it take 180 days to print up a legal document? And y'all literally made documents for people on the spot as they flying over the fucking border. Y'all send them in, and y'all got cards and money assistance and apps and shit. Y'all set up all this shit for people who don't even who didn't even come in the country legally, but people in the country who want to get their passport for whatever reason, they gotta wait 180 days for a birth certificate. So in that 180 days, I have 90 days to respond. Y'all see the game that they playing? You see the game that they playing. So in these 90 days that I have to respond, I'm supposed to get a birth certificate from these people in 180 days. The shit's rigged. So, they literally holding people up from getting their birth certificate. If you're not paying attention, you go drive past the pin dot shit, right? And go look at the long ass lines that's out there all over the city. Don't matter what city you in. Motherfuckers can't get in the goddamn pin dot. They go there 6 o'clock in the morning. There's already a line there. You know what I'm saying? They holding people up from getting the documents they didn't need in this country. And maybe, just maybe, this wall that they building just like people have been pontificating since the construction, that maybe it's to keep us in. Maybe it ain't for nobody to keep people out, because obviously they letting people come in. You know what I'm saying? But maybe it might be a situation where people want to run to the border and try to get out, and they can't get out because of this fucking wall. You ever thought about that? Maybe that's what get out US or get out us or whatever, how, you know, maybe that's what that meant. You know, maybe the enemy within is coming from underneath, up underneath, like Jaws with the claws. You know what I mean? You know, so like, you know, there's a lot of symbolism that you may have missed in some of those publications. You know what I'm saying? But maybe it's something that's already here, and we thinking that it's going to come from somewhere external, and it could already be here. You know, but that's a whole nother situation. So, all right, how easily can we be gaslit? You know, I want to wrap this up with these two videos right here. You know, so now we talked about on the last video the different civil unrest measures that they try to take to gaslight black people. You know, the text messages that went out. You know, as of recently, you know, the kids, you know, being encouraged to go loot and riot and shit. Now, another thing that has happened that's another coincidence, or another cooperative incidents that cohesively connects or coincides with current running op. You know what I'm saying? You know, you got this situation with this brother that's supposed to have got killed on his own land, right? And you know, you see a failure to comply here. You know, and even back in the 60s, you know, Bill Cosby, you know, another brother that, you know, we've been dishing and love to hate, you know, is that he gave us a blueprint on how to deal with people who may potentially use or abuse their power to cancel your subscription. You know what I'm saying? So the thing is that, all right, when we are aware of this unjust climate, right, we protest again. We have civil unrest. You know, we have heartbreak after heartbreak, you know, crying mothers on TV, you know, this heightened sense of awareness in terms of police brutality, you know, or unjust police behavior, to the point that the perception is that black people get killed more than white people, you know, but the reality is that when they kill a white person, they just don't tell you about it. You know what I'm saying? They kill white people all the time, police. You know, and shit, you can go they got YouTube videos where they show you can see how many times white people crash out. You know what I'm saying? But them videos don't make the news. They don't, because they can't gaslight white people with getting shot by the police. But they gaslight black people with people getting shot by the police. But I even shown in previous videos the statistics where they killed more white people than black people in years where they had us protesting about black people getting shot. The statistics show that they killed more white people. Now, sometimes, of course, these numbers be skewed because of nefarious clandestine interaction or intervention, right? So that is a possibility. So we can put an asterisk next to these numbers, any number, no matter what you're talking about. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is that, you know, when you look at like Police Nation, you know, videos like video channels like that on YouTube, you can see all kind of white people crashing out. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is like, you could watch that shit and be like, well, damn, how this shit ain't make the news? And then you can say to yourself, well, how come only the black shootings make the news? How easily can we be gaslit? You know what I'm saying? So all these things running synonymously, you got this shit going on, you know? And this is the gatekeeper right here. You know, one of these dope members.
Yep, a Florida cop.
You know, he's a dope
shoots the man who calls 911 for help and then cries at the scene of the shooting. Here it is.
Shots fired, 428, shots fired. Hey, calm him down. Hey, breathe, deep breaths, in, out, in. Hey, look at me. No, come on, face this way, deep breath. Deep. No. Me.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
Deep breaths.
I'm good.
I know. Deep breaths. I want to hear deep breaths. Like that. One more. Come on.
You know,
You're clearing up. Come on.
I just shot him.
I wonder did he have a minute like that when he got tattoos? Because he was a badass to get the tattoo.
He was coming right at me.
I got you.
Maybe he's crying because he thinks
I didn't want to do that.
Come on.
Are y'all buying that?
I have more video, but before I go to that, put up the
You know,
picture
he's
of the
a
man
gaslighter.
that.
All right. Before we continue with this, do y'all think these are crocodile tears? You think this dude was crying when he hit this dude up right here? Now, if I'm not mistaken, this is the same video where the boy, he kept telling him that his name was Dembe or something like that. Like, you know what I'm saying? And they tried to tase him, you know, that shit didn't work. They tried to tackle him, and then I guess in the scuffle, somehow he got hit up, you know what I'm saying? And they canceled his subscription, you know. But he was like, they was calling him a different name. Now I'm not sure if this is the same person, but it kind of looked like the same layout because they was on an open road like that, and they was calling him a different name, and he kept saying that, yo, this is not my name, like, you looking for somebody else, that's not me, you know what I'm saying? Now, I'm not sure if this is the same incident, because in this particular incident, it's being conveyed to us that he called the police for help and they canceled the subscription. So let's let the video play and see what they got to say.
He fatally shot. So what you're seeing, the videos of Florida deputy breaking down, crying after shooting and killing a black man who had called them for help in removing a problem tenant. 42-year-old Elroy Clark called the Charlotte.
42. What do we say about that number 42 and how they use it in the alphanumeric code and the gematria in a negative way, right? You know what I mean? Like Martin's apartment number is 42. Jackie Robinson, 42. You know what I'm saying? You know, a lot of disparaging remarks that people would use to gaslight black people, you know, are a connection to 42 and 59, you know. And it was, you know, I also pointed out that, you know, Kamala was 59, you know, she just recently had a birthday, but when she became the person to be the candidate, she was 59. You know, in both 59 and 42, you know, done extensive, you know, laying out that, you know, for 59, 42 are references to black people and death in a negative way. You know what I'm saying? So I'm not surprised that this dude age is 42. You know, look at that. It was 342 in. You know, look at that. All right, let me play this video. I might, you know, I get a little too beside myself sometimes, and I fucked the video up. So all right, so let me take this and put it back in. You know, for some of y'all that think, you know, in a zesty way, you have to say something in reference to freezing motion.
A cop, a Florida cop, shoots the man who calls 911 for help and then cries at the scene of the shooting. Here it is.
Shots fired, 428, shots fired. Hey, calm him down. Hey, breathe, deep breaths. In, out. In.
I think the crocodile.
Hey, look at me. No. Come on, face this way, deep breaths. Deep, no, me.
I'm good.
Okay.
I'm good.
I know. Deep breaths. I want to hear deep breaths. Like that. One more. Come on. No, you're clearing up. Come on.
You good? I just shot him.
Come on. It's okay, look at me. It's okay.
He was coming right at me.
I got you.
Yo, cut it out.
I didn't want to do that.
No,
no choice.
I'm not buying it.
Come on.
It's either that or he crazy.
I have more
like,
video, but before I go to that, put
I
up
don't
the
think he
picture of the
mentally able
man
to be on the force.
that he
I'm not
fatally
buying it.
shot. So what you're seeing, the videos of Florida deputy breaking down, crying after shooting and killing a black man who had called them for help in removing a problem tenant. 42-year-old Elroy Clark called the Charlotte County Sheriff's Office for help in removing a tenant who was behaving in a disorderly fashion. I'm going to take you to moments before those shots were fired and get into the actual background. Here it is.
It's a civil matter, and I told you that.
And now we're trying to figure something else out.
Hey, do not go on my grass.
Yeah,
Get off my grass.
Yeah.
Get off my grass. Tell him to get off my grass.
He's been tased twice and sprayed.
Tell him to get off my
He's
grass.
been tased.
I've been tased.
Get on the ground.
I told you to.
So how he get shot though?
The deputy showed up and attempted to arrest Mr. Clark. Now remember, Mr. Clark is the one who called 911. They attempted to arrest Mr. Clark over a misdemeanor trespassing warrant stemming from an incident over the summer where he said he was attacked by a deputy after walking into a sheriff's office building to discuss a previous case pertaining to him. Online court records state that Clark was transported to a local hospital that day, and then he was arrested for trespassing. He then failed to show up in court, which led to the warrant being issued. We're talking about some paperwork stuff here. Okay.
Get lost to the weeds now.
But on October 23rd, Mr. Clark, likely completely not knowing he has a misdemeanor bench warrant for trespass, called the police. He called deputies to help him with a tenant and to help remove the tenant from the home. The home is valued at $1.6 million. It contains 11 rooms, according to the Charlotte County Property Appraiser website. Clark was the owner of several businesses, including a real estate company called Clark International Real Estate Group. Body camera video released Friday shows Clark speaking to the arriving deputies, telling them that the tenant had been staying at his home for multiple months, but apparently attempted to enter a portion of the home he was not allowed to access without Clark's permission. Quote, "I thought I could help him, but I can't," he told the deputies. "He's unstable and disturbing the peace. He came into my home and I told him he can't come in without permission. So he violated my space," Clark continued. "Then came and slammed my door.
Is that it? On this joint, I think it's paused. It's frozen up. So, well, I think I've had the first part of the video. I thought that dude was gonna go into the first part of the video, but I was waiting to see if he was gonna get to the point at to where we pick up where the footage picks up, because where the footage picks up, the police are accosting this man and they asking him about a different person. He's saying, "Yo, that's not my name. My name is Dembe." You know what I'm saying? He was saying something like that, and they was basically, telling him that to prove who he was, and he was he just kept saying, like, "I'm Dembe. I'm not this person who you asking." They kept calling him by his name because I guess they figured like that he was lying, and that if they kept agitating him and then calling him by this name that they was saying that he would respond to it. And that's where the video picked up, to where he shows it at. You know what I mean? Which I'm not seeing the connection of why he would do this. Maybe there's other parts of this story that we need to fully clarify. I mean, now this video is like a little janky a little bit, so I'm gonna try to bring it back in. But if I'm not, I know I got that full clip. I might have to bring that back on you know, on the next John, you know, but and I want to get to the end of this video before I
cop,
make
a Florida cop
on this.
shoots
You know
the man who calls 911 for help, and then cries at the scene of the
try to move this along
page. Over the next several minutes, 3 deputies tasered, pepper sprayed, and struck him with a baton for help remove the tenant from the home. The home is valued at $1.6 million. It contains 11 rooms, according to the Charlotte County Property Appraiser website. Clark was the owner of several businesses, including a real estate company called Clark International Real Estate Group. Body camera video released Friday shows Clark speaking to the arriving deputies, telling them that the tenant had been staying at his home.
To the tenant and the charges they hit him with.
Can't come in without permission. So he violated my space. Clark continued. Then came and slammed my door. That's destruction of property. But then when deputies spoke to the tenant, Troy Johnson, they discovered Clark had a bench warrant, and they confirmed through a dispatcher who dispatched more deputies to Clark's home to arrest him. Clark became agitated after deputies told him to put his hands behind his back, telling the deputies that his name was Ben Day and that era Clark, but Ben Day is a name he uses on his Facebook page. Over the next several minutes, 3 deputies tasered, pepper sprayed, and struck him with a baton, but were unable to handcuff him, even though they had him on the ground at one point. Clark managed to break free and stand back up, and 3 deputies then surrounded him. Eventually, a deputy shoots him with a less than lethal beanbag, which was when Clark charged at another deputy who had his handgun out and fired several rounds. The deputy with the beanbag gun also fired from his real gun as well. Okay, so you're seeing the shot before the shooting. Deputies also arrested Johnson, the tenant, on charges of possession of a firearm by a convicted felon, manufacturing marijuana, possession of marijuana with intent to sell, and possession of drug paraphernalia, according to NBC2. There are a lot of nuances to this story, but you have to start with the utter brokenness of the criminal justice system at large. You have an individual who's dead because of basically a paperwork issue. Possibly he did not get notice for court. That is a possibility. Maybe an attorney dropped the ball. Maybe something else happened. But we do know that it seems weird. It seems a little ironic that he goes to a hospital and gets charged with trespassing on the day he goes to see the sheriff about another issue. That already seems like it doesn't pass the smell test. Why is that important? Because we often look at effect and we do not consider cause. Almost as if effect must justify the cause. Fast forward, he calls the police because he doesn't want to engage directly. He does what he's supposed to do. The sheriff's office is the constitutional authority that you would involve in a situation like that. They end up killing him over what most jurisdictions would not even require you to be extradited for, a trespass ticket. All right, a whole human being is dead, who seemingly was a successful businessman, probably employed people as well in his multiple companies, but he's now dead. And no matter how you stretch this, it's because of a misdemeanor trespass. What say you?
I say it's ludicrous, and that's where we must start. As you so well noted, Dr. Ritchie, this man should be alive. The police showed up and did what they often do. Black people can't be purported victims. They can't be accusers. They must be investigated, and that's what they did. And perhaps some of that's routine, but here's what I do know. Pay very close attention to the tenant and the charges they hit him with as well, because they are trying to blow this up into a standoff that required almost, a military response to justify the foolishness that took place after. They should have investigated what they were called there for. And you could have whispered that at the very end, said, look, man, I need you to, we got to do something here. That's not what you did. You investigated the person who called you for help. Happens a lot, actually.
It does, especially if you happen to be Black. And we've seen so many times when the individual who is actually the person they called the police on, they don't get charged. They don't even get investigated. They say a spin story, and all of a sudden, the police go to the spin story and don't even bother to run the background of the person who had the police called on them. They had no obligation, number one, and probably no justification to even run this kind of check on the individual who called 911 for help.
That's just done. Y'all done with the bullshit. All right, that's the end of this clip. All right, so now let me play. Now let me play the video that led up to this shit, because see they edit shit out the video to because they try to make this dude look innocent as possible. Now, am I advocating for police? Fuck no. You know what I'm saying? But the thing is this: when anytime that you got people around you with guns and you ain't got one, then you need to be not doing stupid shit that's going to get you shot. You know what I'm saying? And we have too much data on how these people move for us to justify our failure to comply with the dumb shit. Yeah, is it dumb shit? Is they tripping? Yeah, but it's like, yo, if you're not bulletproof and you see these motherfuckers clutching guns and shit and they telling you to do shit, just do the shit. You can, and this man is he's rich enough to get a fucking lawyer. You can sue them later for the shit, but you can't sue nobody if you fucking dead, yo. But see, the gaslighters, what they will do is they will manipulate your feelings and say, and they edit parts of the video out to make this dude look as innocent as possible and shit. And I'm not saying that he did anything wrong, or in terms of legal shit. But the thing is that when you dealing with motherfucking police officers, people who have attention, what they said, they do what they always do. So if they do what they always do, then why the fuck do we do what we always do then? What sense does that make to keep going and acting a fool in front of these people, and then they do what they do? Like, some of these motherfuckers is looking to shoot you. They want you to give them a reason to shoot you. So why the fuck do we keep doing the dumb shit and then letting these people gaslight us into some type of protest or civil unrest? Is it just a coincidence that every time it's an election, Black people start getting their subscriptions canceled by racist police, and then they can use that to get us to protest about something, right? You know what I'm saying? Like, how easily can we be gaslit? So let me play this clip right here.
Who's who? Who's you?
Listen.
Who's you?
Put your hands behind your back.
I am Ben Day. Do you hear what I said?
Do you have an ID?
I am Ben Day. I own my company. I'm not operating commerce.
Do you have
Is
an
it
ID?
commerce?
I don't know what that is.
You're about to get tased. I'm not. Yeah.
You're going to tase me on my land.
I will.
You will do that.
I will 100% do it. That's correct.
You will tase
Put your
a
hands behind your back
on his land.
Can we make this peaceful?
It is peaceful. Don't you feel the peace?
No, you're yelling right now.
Okay. I forgot.
If you're mistaken.
You're mistaken?
If you're mistaken.
If you're mistaken.
We can get this all cleared out.
I am Ben Day.
Right.
That's what it is. That's what it is.
What's your date of birth?
You're looking for who?
What's your date of birth?
Who are you looking for?
What is your date of birth?
What are you looking for?
Just think about
Who
it.
are you
Why
looking for?
are you doing this?
You're
the police want you first and last.
Elroy.
Okay,
You're not
Elroy?
Elroy?
Live here.
Okay, where's Elroy live?
I don't know. Go ask him.
Because Elroy's
Go
address.
ask him.
Elroy's address is here.
Go ask him. Go ask him.
Put your hands behind your
Go ask Elroy.
Put your hands behind your back.
Go ask
I'm
Elroy.
going to tell you one more time. Put your hands behind your back.
I'm not matching anything. This is my estate.
Right, but keep this peaceful.
I am being peaceful. I have no weapons on me, and I told you that. I'm allowed to raise my voice. That's not against the law. That's what decibel is it that I need to go past? What decibel is it not
You
peaceful anymore?
see these motherfuckers
Tell me
loading
that.
up the tasers.
Do not touch me. Hey, do not touch me.
Put your hands behind
Do
your
not
back.
touch me. I'm telling you, do not touch me.
I'm going to tase you.
You tase me, it's gonna get hot in this bitch. And I'm telling you, it's gonna get hot.
See?
I'm telling you, it's gonna get hot. I don't care. Go ahead.
I'm going to tase you.
All right.
Put your hands behind your back.
Listen.
Put your hands behind your back.
They didn't want to show you.
Go ahead and do what you gotta do. Go ahead. Don't touch me though. You're not allowed to touch me.
Back up.
Maintain 1 arm distance from me for your own safety.
Taser, taser, taser.
All right.
Taser, taser.
Get on the ground.
I don't even think this is real.
OC.
I think it's
Get on the ground.
It's another cinema act right here.
I gave you everything, and this is how you treat me.
On the ground, please.
I gave you everything.
On the ground.
I gave you everything. Don't touch me.
Stay on the ground.
Do not touch me. If you touch me, you're gonna see something you don't want to see.
Elroy, come on.
Get on the ground.
Come on.
For your safety.
Get on the ground.
Get on
I'm
the
telling
ground.
you.
Let's make this peaceful.
This is peace and love. This is peace and love.
Come on, Elroy.
This is peace and love.
This is how you get yourself shot.
Get on the ground.
Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back.
Don't touch me.
Elroy. Come on.
I'm not Elroy.
What is your name again?
I'm Ben.
Ben Day. Then put your hands behind your back.
On your back.
I'm not getting my hand.
See what I'm saying? So, they gaslight you into thinking that, this person, they just came up and shot him for no reason. Now, I'm not saying that they should have shot him. Maybe they should have just had the beanbag shit, but obviously, according to this video that looks sus to me, they shot this dude with taser and it didn't work. Now, sometimes the taser don't hook the people, it might just get caught up in the shirt or whatever. It don't get a good grab to be able to electrocute the person. That's a reality, but I can see, people taking this video and making it, some type of spook type shit. Like this dude was into some extra type, extraterrestrial voodoo type shit. You know what I'm saying? Because, it perceivably he was tased and went into some type of, would look like a trance or some shit, right? But, all right, now think about these people, right? This dude, he's getting angry, right? He's basically threatening them. He's telling them like, "Yo, it's gonna get hot in here. For your safety of mind, you niggas better fall back and shit." You know what I'm saying? They tasing. They see this motherfucker like, "Oh shit, this nigga ain't going down from the tase," right? So they try to escalate the situation. Now from here, most cops would go straight to the blicky. You know what I'm saying? They most cops would leave with the blicky. Like they pulled the real ratchet out. They said taser, taser, taser. It's plenty of time, and they said like, "Yo, this shit cleared up. Shit gonna be good." Like, all right, him being a person of prestige, right? You got businesses and shit like that. This ain't no wild, ignorant person on the street. You know what I'm saying? But if you didn't know anything about the backstory of this video, you would think that this dude was crazy or something. How he's acting. So the police, again, it's like, I'm not caping for the police. I'm caping for this brother's life. This brother is put himself in danger. We be acting all erratic around people who got guns on us, yo. They got guns trained on us, and we acting crazy. And then you surprised if you get shot. You gotta value your life. And a lot of these times we see people who literally acting like they don't value their life. You know what I'm saying? And it's like they literally got motherfucking training manuals on fucking YouTube of how to get shot by the police. You know what I'm saying? And these people be doing all of the kind of shit that get them shot. You know what I'm saying? And it's unfortunate anytime somebody gets shot. But we got to look at this shit realistically. If you in this situation right here, and you got guns trained on you, right? Does that mean act like a fool? Or do you at least comply, at least momentarily, to not get killed? You can sue these motherfuckers later. You know what I'm saying? But now the only way we can really say that these motherfuckers do some fucked up shit, if you comply, you don't do nothing wrong, and they just still shoot you. And of course, we've seen shit happen like that too. So I'm not caping for police in any shape or regard. I'm just talking about the preservation of life. And if you ever find yourself in a situation where somebody got a gun trained on you, that's not the opportunity to be flailing around and be charging at people and be threatening them and talking crazy. You're not bulletproof. You're not a superhero. You're a human being, and them bullets will tear your ass up. You need to fall back and come with a contingency plan later. You know, let these motherfuckers do what they're gonna do. You know, even if they charge you or whatever, take you to jail, whatever. When you get your opportunity to do the due process, you do that shit. That might not sound like the best course of action. That might not sound like the popular course of action or some gangster shit or whatever. However you want to, you know, frown your nose up at that. But the reality is that in the real world, this is how you got to conduct yourself, especially if you want to stay alive with people who have a history of using these opportunities to cancel your subscription, yo. You know what I'm saying? So as you wrap this shit up, let me show this. This is a young boy. Now you see how these people was acting. Now, this young boy went out and got himself killed by the police, right? You know, suicide by cop. And they literally tell you the do's and don'ts, just like, you know, forgive me for not having the video of Bill Cosby. You know, somebody stole my phone, but they had the video of Bill Cosby giving us the instruction manual of the do's and don'ts of what to do when you in the presence of armed race soldiers. You know what I'm saying? You know, so if you know that these people might have bad intentions, you know that these people might use this opportunity to cancel your subscription, then there's certain things that you shouldn't do to, you know what I'm saying, if you don't want to get shot. You know what I'm saying? Like, just like if a cop come up on the car and shit, and they up at your door and you fidgeting all around and doing all of this shit, you know what I'm saying? They're gonna tell you, like, nigga, you almost got yourself shot. You stop moving like that. You know, so these motherfuckers is trained to react to certain behavior, yo. You know what I'm saying? And we can't just navigate the world and our feelings and think that, well, I feel like I should be able to do this. I feel like I should be able to do that. Like, you're behind enemy lines, yo. You know what I'm saying? Even if you're saying that, even if your argument is, well, they don't do the white people like that, right? You know what I'm saying? You ain't white. So why you keep acting like these people who have no history of treating you the same is going to treat you the same, if not better, and you get to act the fool like how white people get to act the fool, and you going to gamble your life on some shit like that? You a damn fool if you're willing to gamble your life on some shit talking about, well, if they was white, they wouldn't have did that. Well, if that's always our argument, then why the fuck do we act like a fool when the goddamn cops got guns trained on us? Preserve your fucking life. Stop flailing around. Comply momentarily. Comply and just fall back. You know what I'm saying? Now, if they do something to you and you ain't, you know, you're not posing no threat, then that's a whole nother situation. But at least give that the opportunity to happen. Don't let a motherfucker you don't give a motherfucker an opportunity to just kill you. You know what I'm saying? Because you acting crazy and you feel like you in your feelings, you feel like you should be able to talk this way or act this way or move this way and move all around. These motherfuckers, some of these motherfuckers, and that's the thing we'll be saying about this racism shit. A lot of y'all like this covert racism, and you like to navigate the world with people who you don't know is racist until they do some racist shit. Then you want to cry foul about it, you know. But for me, if I'm standing out there in the bush, right, and two white cops pull up on me, and it ain't nobody out here but me and them, oh hell no, I'm not. It ain't even no witnesses, nigga. Ain't even no witnesses. They could come up and just hit me up and claim that I did some shit. So, oh no, no, I ain't no smoke. Nope, don't. I ain't giving you a reason. Stop giving these motherfuckers a reason. You got a shirt on, like just right there, like, you know how many cops can get off by just hitting this dude up simply because he got his hands at his waist and he got a shirt on? We don't know if he had a gun or not. And they could get off on that. Don't give these motherfuckers a reason.
Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Now.
An Indiana man is shot and killed by police after watching a Law and Crime Network video and researching suicide by cop.
Get your hands up where I can see them. Keep your hands up and walk back to me now.
It happened on November 2nd in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's when investigators say 18-year-old Wyatt Beckler watched multiple videos about suicide by cop or deadly officer-involved shootings. Fort Wayne police say Beckler watched this Law and Crime Network video titled "Man Shot and Killed by Police After Calling 911 for Help."
Watch crossfire, watch crossfire.
Newly released body camera footage shows the moments leading up to the death of 22-year-old Christian Glass, who was shot and killed by police during what may have been a mental health crisis.
After watching this video, investigators say Beckler made a 911 call of his own.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
410 Poplar. Hey, a man in a blue hoodie just pulled a gun on me.
Video captures Beckler calling 911, describing to dispatch a suspect matching his own description.
Okay, and is he still there?
Yeah, he's running away.
Running away? Alright, and you said, what was that address again?
410 Poplar.
Okay, you said man in blue hoodie?
Yep.
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
He's white.
Before answering all of dispatch's questions, Beckler hangs up.
Which way did he go?
I'm not quite sure. He's running right now.
Okay, is he going towards Hoagland or towards Fairfield?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know that guy?
No.
Okay. Okay, and what's your callback number? Hello? He hung up, yeah.
When police arrive, dash camera video captures Beckler walking along the road.
321, I got a male in a blue hoodie right here at Poplar and Hoagland.
All right, so I think it froze a little bit, but you know, as I try to fix this video, what that says say 117 up there on the John, you know, that heightens my spidey sense right there. If we look up there at the runtime, this is exactly 117 when he's calling the police on himself. Interesting. But let me see if I can fix this video real quick because I think it's frozen. But basically, you know, when we think about, you know, like again, like I always say, how people can be easily gaslit, you know, they know black people are hypersensitive, right? So now this video, right, I can say to you, I have my suspicions about both of them videos that we just looking at, right? And I'm gonna just let that see if it recollect itself, you know, while I add this in here real quick. So you know, is it just just convenient, you know, or coincidence that this guy, he just so happens to stand in front of the Ring camera at his own house and record himself, basically what it looks like, you know, recording himself talking to the police, right? Now, let's say, all right, you know, a lot of people have cameras installed in front of their house and they forget all about them. You know what I'm saying? That's true. So maybe this dude just in his, you know, deep in his convictions, you know, he just said to himself, like, you know, I'm gonna call the police and, you know, flounder around outside in front of the house, you know, directly in front of the camera, you know, while I make this phone call on myself. You know what I'm saying? So whether he was conscious or aware of this, you know, that is, you probably might never know that, you know, but I do think that, you know, this does heighten my spidey sense where it's like, you know, he just so happened to be on Ring camera and it just so happened to be 117. And of course, you know, we covered that number many times, you know, 117, you know, 119, 117, 79 symbolism, you know, to delete this message, press 7, to save it, press 9 type shit, you know. But this video is really stubborn. Okay, so I'm gonna have to bring it back in and I'm gonna have to bring it out and bring it back in. But you know, a lot of people would be like, well, you know, because every time we see these shootings and shit, they say, well, you know, if they was white, they wouldn't do that shit, you know. And of course, you know, I just said earlier about how is a lot of times when those years when black people was gaslit to protest and do all the shit in the street, those years produce higher numbers of canceled subscriptions amongst white people than black people, you know, by the hands of the police. You know what I'm saying? So, you know, but the thing is that they don't gaslight you with, you know, with murders about, you know, white people. They gaslight you about murders with black people, you know, because you know, the thing is this: if you're more inclined to believe that this particular video that I'm about to bring back in is fiction, you know what I'm saying, to support a narrative that, you know, is more so about black people than white people, then, you know, you're practicing a social bias. You know what I'm saying? So, and that's not the cape for white people or nothing like that.
Get
but,
on
you
your
know,
knees.
You got to look at this shit like.
Get on your knees. Now.
An Indiana man is shot and killed by
So
police after watching a Law and Crime Network video and researching suicide by cop.
Get your hands up where I can see them. Keep your hands up and walk back to me now.
It happened on November 2nd in Fort Wayne, Indiana. That's when investigators say 18-year-old Wyatt Beckler watched multiple videos about suicide by cop or deadly officer-involved shootings. Fort Wayne police say Beckler watched this Law and Crime Network video titled "Man Shot and Killed by Police After Calling 911 for Help."
Watch crossfire, watch crossfire.
Newly released body camera footage shows the moments leading up to the death of 22-year-old Christian Glass, who was shot and killed by police during what may have been a mental health crisis.
After watching this video, investigators say Beckler made a 911 call of his own.
911, what is the address of your emergency?
410 Poplar. Hey, a man in a blue hoodie just pulled a gun on me.
Video captures Beckler calling 911, describing to dispatch a suspect matching his own description.
Okay, and is he still there?
Yeah,
This could all be fiction.
He's running away.
Running away? Alright, and you said, what was that address again?
410 Poplar.
Okay, it said man in blue hoodie?
Yep.
Is he white, black, Hispanic?
He's white.
Before answering all of dispatch's questions, Beckler hangs up.
Which way did he go?
I'm not quite sure. He's running right now.
Okay, is he going towards Hoagland or towards Fairfield?
I don't know.
Okay. And do you know that guy?
No.
This sucks.
Okay, and what's your callback number? Hello? He hung up, yeah.
When police arrive, dash camera video captures Beckler walking along the road.
321, I got a male in a blue hoodie right here at Poplar and Hoagland.
The responding officer then calls out to Beckler, asking for him to put up his hands.
Now look, if this video is real, look.
Let me see your hands real quick. Come back here. Hey, come back here. Get your hands up.
Cop, leave.
Get your hands up. Let me see your hands.
At first, Beckler does not comply.
He leaves with the real strap.
Let me see your hands now.
Look, no taser, real strap.
He's walking northbound on Hoagland. He's refusing commands.
Now, of course, you couldn't hit nobody with a taser from that far away, but you know, you get what I'm saying.
Video then shows Beckler walking backward toward the officer, who calls for him to keep his hands up.
They heard about somebody with a gun. Hands they now. They white or black.
Get your hands up where I can see them. Keep your hands up and walk back to me now. I got one at gunpoint. Keep coming to me. Keep your hands up.
Now remember, this dude is trying to get himself killed.
Face away from me and keep your hands up. Face away from me and keep your hands up. Keep walking back. Keep walking back. Stop there. Get on your knees now. Keep your hands on your head. Get on your knees. Stop.
When Beckler appears to reach for something in his pocket, the responding officer opens fire.
Get on your knees. Get on your knees. Get on your knees.
The big shit. Look.
Now. Get on your knees, dude.
I think that's the taser.
Beckler was shot
he dropped
3
that
times.
real quick.
Later investigations found a knife in his front pocket.
Shots fired, one down. Shots fired, one down.
After the shooting, officers provided Beckler medical aid.
Now
he was taken to the hospital where he later
pulled
died
the
in
big
the
shit on
operating
him.
room. Last week, the Allen County Prosecutor's Office ruled
If they don't
the
kill
Fort
white
Wayne
people,
officer
then why
who
they
shot
pull the big
Beckler
shit out
was
on him?
justified in his use of force. He will not face any criminal charges. Reporting for Law and Crime Network, I'm Sierra Gillespie.
Look, you don't hear ain't no outrage about that. Now the thing is this again. If you're more inclined to believe that that was a fake video than the video about the black dude, you're practicing a social bias. Because I'm inclined to believe that both of them is fake. You know what I'm saying? Because we on this channel we show plenty of times how these people fake shit. You know what I'm saying? So they can do this shit to gaslight black people who are hypersensitive, you know, by way of Frankenstein. You know what I'm saying? Dr. Frankenstein, you know, working on black people, making us, you know, crazy, making us the cowardly lions and shit. You know, so we hypersensitive, and we can be easily gaslit by all kind of shit, you know, especially by, you know, shit they put on the news, right? That both of them situations could have been fake, but let's say they are, just for the nature of the context of the comic book story, right? So if they are real, then do you see in that not only did they kill the white dude in the same way, but they used more lethal force on the white dude. So, you know, but see, they didn't. This wasn't on TV. If this really happened, right? Now here's the crafty thing about this. They released that video on April 4th, 2023. And what did we tell y'all about the 44, the kill number? You know what I'm saying? 44, just like 59 and 17 are kill numbers. So when you see these numbers pepperedly, sagaciously in the news, you know, they always got to tell you the age about somebody. They always got to tell you, you know, certain palindromic sequences that just so happen to just, you know, align with other things, other occult things, I would say. You know what I'm saying? That's why when we see the runtime of this video at 117, I'm not surprised to see that, you know, and it heightens my spidey sense. Like, okay, yeah, this dude decided to call the police at exactly 117, and you know they put that shit right in front of your face, and just like they always do with all kind of other shit, and you don't pay attention to it because they know the science behind it and they know you don't. But that's where we come in. You know what I'm saying? But you know, this dude, he's a white guy, and allegedly he got hit up by the police. Where's the protest at from white people? You know what I'm saying? Where's the protest from black people? You know, where's the Palestinian motherfuckers at? You know, NAFTA took niggas' jobs away, you know, people's jobs away, period. You know, but that's a whole other can of worms. Something just told me to say that. NAFTA took niggas' jobs away. But all right, but all right, seriously, with this though, like, so is there a difference here? What's the difference? Is that when a black person is killed, you will be notified. You know what I'm saying? So I'm gonna just leave it there. You know, if you come across vital information, man, it's your obligation to share with the nation. You know what I'm saying? So with that said, I share peace and benedictions. You know what I'm saying? Right hand raised for power. You know, it's better to know something than to believe it. Truth is undefeated. You know, and only you can prevent cognitive dissonance. We out. One. You know what I mean?
I am the best in the world at what I
have the balls to say things that nobody else has the balls. This is power. Nobody can touch me. This voice, this is power.
There is nobody that eats, sleeps, or breathes this business more than me.
You're not as good as I am.
I'm the best.
You're not as good as me. I never had to call myself the best in the world. Other people said it for me.
In anybody else's hands, this is a microphone. In my hands, it's a pipe bomb.
I am part of a special I am one of a literal dying breed.
Everything I have, I've fought for and I've
care
earned.
what the hierarchy thought of us.
I wouldn't have 5 years of pent-up ammunition to unload on him. I wouldn't have so much to say.
And yeah, I got a bad attitude and a bad reputation.
I tend to piss a lot of people off.
But I didn't give a damn. And yeah, I developed a chip on my shoulder because I knew I was the best. I am the best in the world at what I do.
Do I have everybody's attention now?